I'm back. Live streamer jump scare yet again. Okay. It is the last day of the DNC. No more horsing around, dude. Where's the React Andy? There it is. Democratic National Convention, Day 4. Please be visible. Eh? Why is it not visible? Hello? Yes. Aha! Nice. Let's go, baby. All right, so there's a bunch of people that are going to speak today. Kamala Harris is going to speak at the end of the night. And, but before that, okay, C-SPAN's just taking callers right now. Before Kamala Harris speaks at the convention, there's a couple other people that are going to speak, such as Elizabeth Warren. Oh, wrong channel. My B. I keep making that mistake. I've played CTGP for so long. It's been since like what, fucking 2012. It's been how long I've been playing custom tracks in this game. I kind of default to CTGP. You know, I don't always immediately get the like, oh right, retro rewind. You know, you click that channel because this is the retro rewind SD card. I believe it or not, I did try to put retro rewind and CTGP on the same SD card. And you can kind of cram them both in on an 8 GB SD card. But CTGP freaks out if you use a 16 GB SD card. What is going on? Huh. Okay. Oh, wait, we're good, supposedly. Allegedly. Turn off my monitor and turn it back on. Okay, so you guys can see that. Yeah. Alright, I don't want to risk that. There's some you guys can't really see it on your end there, but there was some weird ass artifacting on the screen on my monitor, and I think that is a issue from the Wii U, and I don't want that to potentially like fuck up the game or whatever. I don't want to, you know, run the risk of some severe technical difficulties here. Who's this?
Well, two things.
You're still taking callers. Okay, cool. Thank you. Still happening. What's going on here? Oh, did this come loose there? Still jittering. Okay, hold on. Sorry. More technical difficulties. My apologies. Here, let me pull up the... There we go. So we can see whether or not the convention has started. Wow, look at that. Convention goers. How about that? All right. Attempt number like 3 or 4 now. Safe to say probably attempt 4. Let's see. Oh, it's on. I'm still getting that weird visual artifacting, which is not great. Actually, hold on. No, I don't want to do that. Is my Wii U dying? Please don't. Please don't let it be dying. No, my Wii U might be dying. Guys, okay. You guys see it normally? This is what I see. The screen is shaking and there's a green tint. You guys see that? On my webcam? That is really unfortunate. Okay. Back. I'm gonna try just a gentle shutdown. There we go. Let's try booting up the Wii U without an SD card in there. God, this... You know, if I had to count how many streams I've had where technical difficulties have been a main feature, it wouldn't be 0, which is unfortunate. It's doing it again. Okay. Hold the power button, and I'm going to unplug the Wii U, plug everything back in, see what that does. If my Wii U's going crazy, I genuinely don't know what I can do. It's back? I think we're good. Yes, okay, the visual artifacting stopped. I think it was an issue with the capture card. Oh, man. Man, oh man. Jesus. That gave me a really good scare. That was, that spooked me real good. Man, I thought my Wii U was dying. I'm not even gonna joke around with you guys. People chanting California in the crowd. I couldn't hear what they were saying. It's just you know, like reading their mouths. Or reading their lips and whatever. Alright. We got any updates? Oh look, who dis? They're on camera. Everybody getting real excited. Very cool. Thank you, DNC. Very cool. For rewind announcements? This is where the updates are. Okay, so no updates this time, I think. Launch. Very good indeed. You know what is also really genuinely cool to see? Like, again, I'm approaching a lot of this from a political strategy perspective, that for the longest time, the Republicans were the only ones that would really invoke the American flag and talking points about freedom and stuff. And now it's great to see the Democrats capitalizing off of the weakness in the Republican Party by being like, look, we're the party of the American values of freedom and stuff. You know, you see a lot of American flags, a lot of USA signs, a lot of billboards with stuff about freedom on it, because that's, you know, stuff that a lot of Democratic voters actually believe in. See, like, look at this guy. Look at him wearing his USA shirt. That's a violation of the flag code, but I respect it. It's like one of those things. It's technically against the law is a very grandiose way to put it, but it is technically against the law to wear the flag of the United States in the U.S. But it's one of those laws like jaywalking where nobody cares. But people actually care about the flag code even less than they care about jaywalking. So, and that's based. You know, a lot of folks, and myself included, for the longest time didn't really realize the power that the American flag conveys when you're constructing a political movement. Because, you know, for folks on the left, obviously, we're very critical of the United States, you know, American hegemony abroad, American policy making at home, and the way that America treats minorities, etc., etc. You guys probably know the critiques I'm alluding to, and of course agree with. But at the same time, there's value in hoisting the American flag at a protest, even when you are protesting against, and especially when you're protesting against the government. This is what a lot of movements in other countries will do this, where, you know, in the Philippines or whatever, you know, queer rights protests in the Philippines, you'll see Filipino flags flying. You know, pro-democracy protests in Malaysia, you'll see the Malaysian flag flying. In, you know, protests in Poland, you'll see the Polish flag flying, you know? And that's just good political optics, because it's like, yeah, I love my country, so I support insert good thing here, you know? Because otherwise it presents a very easy opportunity for the opponents of that movement to say, like, oh, look at them, they hate the country, or something like that. And that's why they're doing this. You know? It was a line that Republicans went to often enough when there were left-leaning protest movements in America. But I think now Americans have started to pick back up on that again, where, like, you know, you'll see a protest and you'll see Palestinian flags, but you'll also see American flags. If you sort of take my meaning there. What's going on here? They turned the lights off. DNC.
Please welcome 2024 Democratic National Convention Permanent Chair Mignon Moore and Convention Co-Chair Representative Veronica Escobar.
I see. Oh, she's back. She was here the other day. Veronica Escobar.
Hello, fellow Democrats. For the final season of the convention, I am more than pleased to pass the gavel to co-chair Representative Veronica Escobar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The fourth season
You know, it's
of
funny,
the
the
49th Quadrennial National Convention of the Democratic Party will now come to order.
God, it's actually super cute seeing them have fun with the like proceedings of the Democratic National Convention, you know?
By American Federation of Government Employees National President.
Because the Republicans were all like drab and fucking like, okay, roll call, do the you know, just do the thing, do the other thing, all right, and like very little excitement, and now they're just like, yeah, let's get things started. Boop. Like cute little tongue-in-cheek hit of the gavel.
Let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, create.
You know what? I am so proud of a child of God that I will prolong the moment of silence even through the prayer. That's not true. I just don't particularly want to listen to a prayer. But again, this is more of that, like, reaching into the religious demographics. Sort of say, like, not only are we the party of America and the party of freedom, we're also the party of godliness. Taking, like, basically taking all of that image away from the Republicans. So much of this Democratic National Convention has been well crafted to sort of take the winds out of the sails of the conservative movement. And the live stream just cut out for some reason. Oh no. C-SPAN died or something. Ooh, I'm dead. Oh no, wait. Just had some minor technical hiccups. We're good, we're good. Okay. This golden mushroom, we're getting back in it, we're getting back in it. And of course, I should mention as well, like, I talk about religion, they're sort of, they're wading into it. They're not quite jumping into that angle, but I think they are, like, cautiously approaching it in a... I don't know, we'll see how effective it ends up being in the long run. But what I was going to say is that, like, predominantly black churches in the South have been historically way more progressive than white churches. The same is true basically everywhere, that, like, the black churches are much more progressive than their predominantly white counterparts, you know? Especially, you know, you consider before integration, churches were actually segregated. Like, they had rules against against black people going into white churches. Oh no! I got a little too greedy with it. That's fine. Ah. Okay. 7th place. Okay. That's alright. It was kind of a rocky start to the stream, but that race wasn't too bad. I'm just glad everything's going smooth on a technical level so far. That's always good to see. Okay, they have prayed. They have prayed the fascism away.
Please remain standing for the presentation of colors by the Illinois State Police Honor Guard.
Ah, they're doing the whole introduction. Luckily for me, fuck the police. I can keep this all muted and stuff. Rainbow Road, GBA. It seems like I end up playing this track at least once per stream. It's a really popular track. I can't say I blame them. I really like this version of Rainbow Road. GBA Rainbow Road, that is. Everybody died at that part. I don't know what happened, but I'm now in second. Or third, I guess? I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. Okay. It says I'm in second, but I don't see anybody ahead of me. Got him. Ordinarily, I don't like to play first place as cutthroat as that, but he was really coming up on me, and all I had was that fake item box. You know, if he had a red shell, I was donezo. Political ads to get things started, I see. Classic banana and mushroom combo. Okay. Who even beat me that race? Somebody was in first the whole time? That wasn't me? Huh.
Wonderful. Loving.
More political ads about Kamala Harris and the virtue of her and her family and such. She's kind of cute with the short hair, not gonna lie. Although I understand that for politics, you kind of have to appeal to... You have to appeal to convention more than usual. So, unfortunately, it was probably well, it's probably, like, benefited her political career that she ditched the short hair, or potentially it was just personal choice. I'm acting like she doesn't have agency here. She does. I mean, she was a prosecutor. She had, you know, political office and such. Hell yeah, the big hair. I love the big hair.
Pivotal that intervention was at that crucial point in my life.
A big part of the reason I wanted to be a prosecutor was to protect people like her.
And on her first day in court, she rose from her chair at the prosecutor's desk. Kamala Harris for the people. As a prosecutor, she put violent criminals and sexual predators in prison, leading to the...
I gotta say, Kamala Harris probably does have one of the better records for prosecutors across the country. Not in, like, number of convictions, but in the kinds of crimes that she held in places of priority, where a lot of the more conventional cop wisdom would be just like, yeah, you know, violent offenders and whatever. The sort of narrative about inner city thugs committing all the crime. She was a little bit more comfortable pursuing fraudsters, criminals that had quite a bit of money. Which is important for creating which is important from the perspective of, like, marketing her to a political audience, you know? But at the same time, this is kind of like... It's individualist politics, so how well it works can be up in the air sometimes. There's people on carts in this room. Got a mushroom? Okay. I'm gonna use this here. This is a decent shortcut. Barely didn't hit the wall there. I only was able to make that turn because of the mock bike's insane turn radius. And I'm in first somehow? Okay. Ah. Classic. Getting Mario credit. If I can hold second here, I'd be pretty happy with that. Everybody's riding up on my butt here. Or maybe not. Ow. We get blown out this race, seems like. 5th, 6th, okay, not that bad.
Communities, and she helped create 16 million jobs.
The Biden-Harris bipartisan infrastructure bill has already created thousands of jobs for our members. That is what the...
This is a good line of rhetoric, I think.
She fought to reduce the trauma of gun violence.
So, okay. The bit about creating jobs is a longtime Democratic staple, which is kind of bland, boring, and rote. But the fact that they are now fusing that with the union politics has sort of reinvigorated those economic talking points. Like, look, you know, we created jobs, but not just any jobs. We created union jobs, you know, and like that we've done so much for these unions, and that, you know, they are supporting us because we want to do for them and stuff like that.
President Harris, she always stand on business.
She has traveled the world to strengthen our national security and restore our global leadership, meeting with more than 150 heads of state. She stood shoulder to shoulder with our allies and stood up to dictators, helping to unite NATO behind Ukraine and impose punishing costs on Russia.
That's good rhetoric, too.
Reproductive freedom.
Yes, Roe v. Wade, one of the strongest sticking points for the Democrats. I think also I cut out the bit about or I muted the bit about gun violence because like I was talking about the jobs stuff, but you know, it's gun violence and whatever, obviously a very sensitive issue in the United States in particular, but I think over time I've realized that like the Democrats have been very ham-fisted in the past of how they've approached that issue. And Tim Walz, I think I saw a bit of his speech that happened last night, and I will go back to review that. Believe you me, I will review that speech because it had some great material. I think he struck exactly the right tone in that speech, where you want to focus on stuff like red flag laws and background checks, things that would prevent like the gun violence and stuff from proliferating, by first working to address the sort of associated causes of the mass shootings. Because regulating material objects, very difficult thing, right? Like, you know, regulating alcohol is difficult enough as is, same with like other controlled substances. And, you know, if you try to be too ham-fisted with it, you try to take, like, a prohibition approach, it's just a disaster, you know? And I think it is smart to go the angle of, like, well, okay, if we want to actually prevent this violence, let's focus on eliminating the things that would cause people to be violent in the first place. Whatever their given instrument of violence is, which in the United States, obviously, guns are going to form a pretty big proportion of that, you know? First focus on the folks that are maybe in abusing their spouse at home. Focus on the folks that are like in a very, very bad mental health sort of spot. But if the Democrats continue with that line of rhetoric, then they probably can even turn gun violence into an issue that's in their favor now. Because, like, you know, Republicans have always had the easy go-to of wanting guns to be like unrestricted or whatever, and sort of deflecting to other causes, because the Democrats were so ham-fisted and going at the guns directly. you know, Republicans could always say, well, what about mental health? Knowing full well that the Republicans don't care about mental health, the Democrats should probably approach it from that angle first, so that then if the Republicans try to argue against certain measures slated towards, you know, controlling the flow of firearms a bit better, then the Democrats can very easily strike back with, what, so you want domestic abusers to have easy access to guns? Like, that doesn't seem, that ain't right, you know? Or like, what, you want mentally ill kids who've been picked on at school a bunch to be able to get a gun super easy? Like, what the fuck, you know, what kind of world are you living in? Come on.
Rabble rousers, the chicks. And I just want to say, this week, our energy, hope, and joy have inspired the nation. Meanwhile,
That they have,
Donald Trump
actually.
has been a small man, speaking in small venues, talking about small ideas. Our ideas, our vision for America brings us together. Our vision for America embraces every community and everyone. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are working hard because they know our country is great.
I appreciate the little jabs at Trump. They've been doing a lot of that, you know, jabs at Trump and stuff. It's, you know, it can be kind of good for comedic effect, I guess. It's important to just intersperse that with sort of the ideological talking points about, like, what do they want to do, broad strokes. Like, oh, we want a future for unions in America. We want a future for X, Y, and Z in America, you know? That sort of thing. Peter. Holy crap, Lois. I made it back up. 3 mushrooms. Okay. Mega mushroom. I think I will use this about here. Nice, 3rd place. That's pretty good. Despite how bad I messed up on lap 1, I think. That's copyright as fuck. Great, thank you. Yeah. I will be going to the full, like, to the end of the DNC today. Which means I'll probably be here for, like, 3 more hours. If not longer. Dude, the DJs at this event, though, have been, like, killing it. This is... People are gonna be talking about the 2024 DNC, like... This shit is a party. Understand, political conventions are not usually like this. Like, this is very much the exception. Been waiting several moments. I don't know what's going on. Okay, we're good, we're good.
President of the largest labor union in this country.
Oh, based? We got a union official. Let's go. I'm leaving this unmuted. I want to hear what the union reps have to say.
Science teacher for over 30 years. I can tell you that Kamala Harris and teacher understand when our public schools are strong, our nation is strong.
Now, this is the kind of rhetoric that I am after.
Expanding free school meals, investing in healthcare, and keeping our communities and our schools safe creates opportunity for
Yes.
everyone. They will strengthen our schools, support our educators, and help our students live into their brilliance. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance
Ooh.
are not just wrong, they're dangerous.
Oh, geez. Sorry, Nick.
All right there in Project 2025.
Close.
They will shut down the Department of Education. End Head Start. And make educators pay a higher percentage in taxes than billionaires.
Oh, no. I fucked up.
But we are coming together to
Ow.
say, not on our watch. Not on our watch. So we will organize and we will mobilize and we will win all the things. So come this January, we will have a
I didn't see the minecart there until it was too late.
who believes in us and who knows the beauty and the power of this diverse democracy. And her name is Kamala Harris.
I'm Randy Weingarten, the president of the AFT and a public school teacher.
Oh, shit. More unions? Let's go.
First lessons
We love to see it. Union reps.
was about the social contract. How both individual
Social
freedom
studies teacher base?
and mutual responsibility are essential in our democracy. This covenant underlies our commitment to public schools, where educators prepare
Yes.
students to spark innovations, steward the environment, create our arts, and shape our democracy. Now, one of the first lessons
This is what's super important about having union reps here, is they talk about the issues. A lot of politicians make the mistake, and believe me when I say it is a mistake, of focusing on the personality, the person. That is a mistake. You want to appeal to the ways in which they connect to other people's lives, which means don't talk about them, talk about the things they support, talk about what they like, what they would do for the United States. That's how you gin up political support.
means we support access to good union jobs, affordable housing, healthcare, and higher education. That's what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for.
There it is.
We are all in.
That's the example of doing this right, is you rattle off the issues and be like, and that's what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz care about, or whatever, right? Like, you have to connect them to the politics of the working class, or of mass appeal. The longer you hinge on the personality of a candidate, the less effective your messaging is. Because ultimately, candidates are not themselves running for office as individuals. They're running for office as part of a political platform. You know? Hit that guy. I just be getting hella blue shells yesterday and today.
My name is Alex Padilla, and I am so proud to represent the great state of California in the United States Senate. but the titles I'm most proud of are husband to my beautiful wife Anne,
Another blue shell. Holy shit.
and father to 3 young gentlemen.
I guess there was a little bit more I wanted to say. I'm glad that the Democrats are embracing unions, and like the higher education stuff is a big policy sticking point for a lot of young folks. You know, people be saddled with college debt, you know, just for wanting to get an education and stuff. It ain't good. Oh, got some lag. Alright. All those ads talking about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, like, they're family people. They, you know, they do blah, 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 blah with their kids or whatever. The reason that those ads have any effectiveness at all is that they say they're family people, which means they support X, Y, or Z. They don't do the whole, like, Obama shtick where they were like, Kamala Harris made a difference to me personally. She was a great friend. Like, there are some ads that do that focus on, oh, they're such good people. If you don't have the political component to that, then you don't have a political campaign. You just have, like, a puff piece for somebody. And you know, it's great to see the union leaders coming out to speak here, because they understand that better than most people, and pretty much anybody. You know, they talk about, like, public education or whatever. They're like, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz care about public education. The emphasis is on the issue that they will advance rather than just the person, or rather than the person even. It could have been anybody, but what matters is what they support. You know? Them being a very likable ticket is a secondary bonus to the policy platform that they should support. Although, obviously, it does help massively. One thing that's definitely not a secondary bonus, but is a very, very important feature, is that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz do have a good helping of charisma and likability and ability to sort of engage with a crowd of people, you know? I am now in first with a mushroom. I'm no longer in first, but I still have a mushroom. Oh boy, this person's bouncing around all over the place. I have to use this. Woo! Almost got target shocked. You can throw that, I don't have an item. Okay. Third place. Sick.
Our own American stories. To share Kamala's vision to give more Americans a place to call home, please welcome former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Marsha Fudge.
HUD Secretary. Oh, this is a great opportunity for them to talk about affordable housing and stuff, which is, again, really important issue that I think a lot of people are very easily mobilized around. Rents be really fucking high right now, you know? You might even say the rent is too damn high. You know, you could say that.
Kamala Harris has fought to protect homeowners and renters her entire career. As Attorney General,
I appreciate the inclusion
she
of
held
renters.
big banks accountable for their role in the foreclosure crisis and won billions of dollars for California homeowners. As Vice
I do not
President,
care about
she and
homeowners.
President Biden
Thank you.
helped over 400,000
Maybe I do a little bit.
homeowners at the risk of foreclosure during the pandemic. And as president, she will build 3 million new homes and rentals, limit unfair rent increases, and offer down payment support for first-time home buyers.
That part is cringe. All the stuff focusing on homeownership is cringe. I think I've explained this a little bit before.
Kamala remembers her mother's pride at buying their first home,
But the rental stuff is great.
saving for 10 years. She knows housing is a human right and a pathway to the middle class. Where you live determines what schools your children go to, what health care you receive, and whether you can get a good job without spending hours commuting.
There we go. Just fucking fence with all that.
Determines how you live. Donald Trump has no idea how housing works for everyday Americans. He doesn't care. He started his career being sued for denying housing to black families. As president, he sat by while the cost of housing skyrocketed. Now we can hand the keys to our housing policy back to a negligent landlord, or
I like that talking point.
who believes in safe, affordable housing for all.
I really like the likening of Donald Trump to negligent landlords because he is one, really. He owns a lot of properties. He's a literal landlord. I see. Little intermission.
I'm Matt, and
Thank you.
I'm a former Trump voter. Hi, my name is Dave.
Oh, this bit. This is one of the best bits that they've done. I'm glad they're continuing this.
But I'm not going to do that again. I think his agenda's really been awful for America.
He doesn't care about ordinary people. He's never been one, never known any.
I'm extremely worried about Donald Trump getting into the White House again.
People are working. All these people who weren't working under the Trump administration, they now have jobs.
One thing I like about Kamala Harris is she talks about the issues.
Dang, I didn't get an item.
Talks about the
Unfortunate.
economy. She talks about women's rights.
I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris.
Ow! Dang. Why would you do that? Stream sniping strikes again.
Welcome, California Representative Ted Lieu.
Well, I say stream sniping, but I explained last stream, there's kind of the devil in the details there, that a lot of people are just incompetent at reading the cues in the race. So they'll, like, make those weird decisions like throwing red shells backwards in a bottom spot, you know?
Legislator, millions of hardworking families were facing foreclosure. My constituents told me stories about predatory and unfair loan terms and about how hard they were fighting to keep the homes that they loved. Thankfully, they had someone fighting just as hard for them, Attorney General Kamala Harris. She led an investigation of the mortgage industry to root out fraud. She helped pass the Homeowners Bill of Rights and
Fuck homeowners. Homeowners are very frequently an obstacle to affordable housing because they want to see their property values increase. They are, at the best of times, petit bourgeois. You know, especially in California, and most often they are just straight up, you know, the owning class and whatever. There are so many fucking NIMBYs who any engagement they have in local politics is like very much centered around their house and their property values and shit. Like, homeowners are a blight on American housing policy. Oh. Fuck you, Nick. Man. Oh, this is only 3 laps. Damn. Okay. Yo, trans rights. What's up? Skaka, welcome to chat. Do not exist. Nice try, idiot. But trans people actually do have a good amount of rights in the United States. So why this is such an uphill battle for Republicans is that a lot of their platform revolves around taking away trans rights, you know? As in taking away rights that already existed. You know? So honestly, it's kind of surprising that in like the 2000s and 2010s, I want to say, like there were it was pretty uncontroversial that like, yeah, you know, when they say gender identity protections or protections for like the queer community and sexual identity, whatever, like that includes trans people. It just wasn't as big of a part of the discourse at the time. Which they were still marginalized, but in a different, less genocidal way than what the Republicans are doing right now. You probably love it in Britain. You know, shithole country, and they don't like trans people over there. Or at least the government doesn't. It's perfect for you.
Incredible grandparents who stepped in and raised me. David and Doris Green. Everything I know, I learned from them. In every way
Luigi
a
Circuit.
child
Let's do it.
needs, my grandparents were there for me. And as they grew older, it was my privilege to be there for them.
I don't really care about the anecdotes here. Like I've explored earlier, the anecdotes only matter insofar as you can connect them to a policy that benefits a very broad section of the population and stuff, you know, like when those union reps were on stage earlier talking about public education and the value of having teachers unions and stuff. They only mentioned Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the capacity of mentioning that they are all for expanding public education and, you know, free higher education and stuff like that, and that they support the teachers unions and whatnot. You know, which is effective political messaging. But this is exactly, you know, the people that I am muting here are guilty of the exact kind of, like, really winding anecdotes that don't connect to much. I mean, I'm sure it does, but, like, you have to sort of proportion the setup and the payoff, right? Dang. Three mushrooms. Barely had enough juice left in that star. Got him. That is a devilish spot for a fake item box. Oh, blue shell? Let's go. Nice. First place.
People want
Who dis?
a president who understands this shouldn't be so damn hard. That's Kamala Harris. She's seen this firsthand. You've all heard Kamala talk about her mother. She was both a brilliant scientist and a devoted mom.
See, this is the kind of shit I'm talking about, that, like,
It all work to raise her daughters, to pay the bills, to keep the career she loved.
I'm sure she's gonna tie it to...
Tim know that when everyone can find and afford childcare, our
See, this is the inverse of what I'm talking about. They're very light on the policy and just instead want to do a puff piece for the candidates. This is the kind of stuff that doesn't reach people. This is like having the other side of that proportion. They spend too much time talking about the virtue of the candidate themselves, you know, like virtue ethicists, which are cringe. But they don't spend enough time talking about the associated policy positions that they support. You know? Obviously, some of this is informed by my ideological biases and preferences, but it's also clear what resonates with the crowd in the long term, and what gets you a strong political coalition. It's not the anecdotes and shit, because then people have no idea what you actually stand for. They just know some details about your life.
U.S. Congress. My parents immigrated here from a place torn apart by war. They worked hard every day, made tremendous sacrifices.
My man's doing his best Obama impression, of course. A lot of politicians in America do an Obama impression because Obama had, like, overflowing riz. But, you know, everybody's not Obama, so to varying degrees of success.
The American dream is dead. It is alive and well, and it will grow even stronger with Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
Yeah, well,
how do we know that? How do I know
it might be pretty decent rhetoric, but let's be real. The American dream is called the American dream because you have to be fucking asleep to believe that shit.
To make it more affordable her entire career. As California Attorney General, she took down one of the biggest for-profit colleges, securing $1 billion, $1 billion for students who were defrauded. Alongside President Biden, she expanded Pell Grants and secured record funding for HBCUs. And Kamala Harris made public service loan relief a reality for teachers and first responders and firefighters and nurses and countless others across our land. Vice President Harris delivered before, and she will do it again. As president...
Shoutouts to VVS for taking all the blue shells for me. Thank you. Very cool.
A future where going to college doesn't break the bank. A future where my 5-year-old daughter, Natalie, who's watching us back home in Colorado right now, a future where she can live her dreams.
I do appreciate the talking points about affordable college. I just wish they would commit to tuition-free college at some point. Which they won't, of course. I've mentioned the whole, like, their predilection is to not do anything, bias against doing stuff, yada yada, you know, but it'd be... The next logical step would be for them to embrace tuition-free college as a element of their platform.
Entire adulthood, over 27 years. Seeing my mom work in the public service sector, it was actually inspiring me, and I'm like, she gives more to the community than she is for her own self. As a single mother, I knew I wanted my daughters to have a better life than I did. So I said, you know, going to school will help me. I would see her move like the bills to the side, but I know she was mounting. I know she was drowning in student loan debt. Then eventually my loans got to $800 a month. I paid it. I did what I was supposed to do. But I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna be in debt until the day I die. When the Biden-Harris administration first announced the public service loan forgiveness, and I'm rushing to my mom, like, apply for this, apply for this. I'm sitting at my desk, opening up my mail. It says, thank you, Kelly, for public service. Your loan.
This was really good by the Biden admin.
Took a deep breath, and I screamed. I had to pinch myself. I had to see if this was really happening.
Now this is good.
My mom finished her higher education. It was life-changing.
Because it's the person and the issue are directly connected. And it's not like a politician, it's just some random person.
Life pushing her down so many ways, but she continued to rise up.
Here's an example of a person whose entire life was turned around because of this policy that also helped millions of other people.
With this loan forgiveness, I can plan for my future. I was able to purchase my very first home. It creates great opportunity for my daughters. It creates stability. Thank you, Vice President Harris and the entire administration. I just want to thank you again and again and again. Thank you so much.
Our party's not over, Chicago.
Okay. More copyrighted music, so I am putting that on mute. Calamari Desert. Want to kind of get rid of those and snipe somebody if possible, just because it'd be kind of funny. No, didn't get an item. Hina. I'm always gonna want to say that whenever I see the guy who's got the Peter Griffin me. Ow! Flip! Ah, well. Getting Mario Kart is part of the game. And look, we're just now going into lap 2. Very large amount of near misses. Take that one. Alright, I'll take this one. Watch how much ground I gained from this golden. This is actually wild. God damn. I kind of want to be in the back for the start of lap 3. I want to get a good item. I'll go wide here for that reason. No! Didn't get a box. Serves you right. I took my box. Alright, if I can get a box here at this set, I am looking good. Yes. Okay, that's great. Perfect. No, 6th place. 7th? Ah, dang. Well, it's alright. Are they in chat anymore? Is this person in chat? No, that's fine. I'll just delete their messages and then ban them. Delete, delete, delete. And then /ban. Transphobia. Transphobia trolling. Nah, you know what? I think I'll just leave it at deleting their messages. We always appreciate a good chud every now and again. You know, if they come back, they can be like a pet in chat. You know, a little bit like that. Okay. Broken Pier. Very cool. This?
So, what I thought was, I guess not everybody can have a multi-million-dollar loan from their father. So I'll tell you what we did. We emptied our savings, and in 2008,
Jeez.
we launched Zweli's Kitchen, America's first Zimbabwean restaurant. And the Biden-Harris administration helped make that a reality. They helped make that dream come true.
Ow.
For entrepreneurs like us. Now, thanks to small business grants and all of the help that we received from them, we now have 3 locations.
Why did you stop? Alright, alright. I think that's Murray. I think I recognize that person. Alright, motherfucker.
Under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, more than 500,000 business applications have been filed.
Yeah, let's all fuck around with the Mario in the middle of the pack, you know? The one guy not on Daisy or Funky.
Kamala Harris is fighting to create an opportunity economy that can break down barriers for entrepreneurs like
Okay.
us. And as president,
Shock? That's a good place to get shocked, I think.
risk takers and problem solvers.
Alright. I don't care about that. This is more of that rhetoric that the Democratic Party wants to be a mainstay of their platform, but is not going to inspire very much energy in the base. The rhetoric about the small businesses and stuff, nobody cares about small businesses and all that sort of junk. People do care about unions, because most people are in a job where they would need to worry about potentially getting a union membership and trying to get better benefits and, you know, going on strike, etc., etc. The vast majority of people in America are laborers. Everybody is not a business owner, but most people are laborers or workers of some kind. I went for the content snipe, but, you know. Oh, right, this is a shortcut. Silly me. Holy shit. Seventh place. Okay. Who this?
America Against America. It's the title of a book by one of China's highest-ranking leaders, and it's how they think they'll win. They know the only way they'll beat America is if we beat ourselves. In Congress, my job is to study China's economy. And mark my words, they want to see Donald Trump across the bargaining table, because he'll start endless trade wars that raise prices for Americans. Because he'll cut programs
that is true.
Train workers in America. But
I think the framing is cringe, but he is.
Will pit American against American. And that's what China wants. For us to fight amongst ourselves. Because that's how we...
Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. Nobody fucking cares about China. Like, nobody gives a shit. You know? This is not stuff that resonates with the American public. As much as it pains me to say, this also applies to Ukraine. The only reason that Gaza particularly stands out is because there are Americans that have been killed there, Americans have gone over there, and because it is a genocide, which is not something that can be said as actively about Ukraine or China right now. Like, there's a lot of shit going on with China interning the Uyghur Muslims, which has since, I think, in recent days, that's kind of cooled down a bit. Russia has genocidal intentions in Ukraine, but, like, people just don't care about foreign policy that much. So you know that, like, people like this are doing it despite all like evidence of what makes for good political strategy. They just ideologically want to include the bit about hating China. You know, it's pretty cringe, not gonna lie. Obviously, China is a geopolitical adversary, As in, they are a large country that has their own national interests, and they are not the United States. You know? But, like, all the like second Cold War rhetoric and shit is just really, really cringe. I did slow down to hit that person, but that's only because they did that to me with the green shells. They were very clearly trying to hit me with those green shells. That wall extends way further than I think it does. Bob Casey. Let's see. Alright, coming through. Alright. An item. I'm in last. Nobody has a shock. Got him. Ow. Oh, nice. Shock dodge. You get to pass somebody at the line.
And when corporations take advantage of a crisis, like toilet paper during the pandemic, we'll hit them with harsher fines when Kamala Harris is president.
Now, Bob Casey doesn't have that much riz from what I'm doing, but...
expect stuff to be free, but we do expect it to be fair. The people I'm talking to, from Allentown to Erie, they don't tolerate being...
Oh, hey, Allentown. I know some folks there.
Americans are hardworking, honest people. And that's what we've been fighting for. We're fighting for honesty. I'm fighting for it. Kamala Harris is fighting for it. Will you fight for it?
Oh, okay. So he got some cheers from the crowd.
Thank you.
He's kind of low energy, but Bob Casey actually did have some good rhetoric there, where he was like, you know, corporations are greedy. That's why toilet paper was so fucking expensive, you know, and sort of connected it to the issues. And didn't talk necessarily about Kamala Harris's whole life story and shit to say that, oh my god, she's such a kind-hearted person, but rather said she's fighting for you in XYZ policy areas, you know, to make sure that pricing is fair. And that's good rhetoric. Elizabeth Warren, one of the main stars of the show. Although what she did to Bernie Sanders in 2020, fucking unforgivable. Warren is an example of no matter how good liberals sound, they are not your allies, because she very quickly turned against Bernie Sanders when the primary debates were happening and sort of sabotaged the progressive base of support in the Democratic Party. Ooh, almost.
Harris can't be bought, and she can't be bossed around.
I will ban you in a second. No solicitations allowed. Sorry.
In the aftermath of the 2008 financial crash, the banks had flat out broken laws, cheated people, and stolen homes. Millions of Americans had lost their jobs, their savings.
I'm content to keep second here.
Now, I was setting up.
Got him!
Financial Protection Bureau. Go CFPB!
kind of crazy that people like get energized over the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I guess it's, you know, it speaks to how good the rhetoric is just to like talk shit about massive corporations being greedy fucks, you know?
At Trump University and trying to make money off people losing their homes. Kamala Harris
That's fine. I'll just ban them. There we go.
the law, she fought the giant banks, and she delivered billions of dollars of help for families. And that is the difference between a criminal and a prosecutor.
Also good rhetoric, of course. I do like that Democrats are leaning into the line like Trump's a criminal and Kamala's a prosecutor here to bust the crook. Because it's extremely funny, first and foremost. Like that's what's up.
Donald Trump, the felon, has no plans to lower costs for families. He doesn't know how, and basically, he doesn't really care. When did he ever fill up a gas tank or worry about a grocery bill? The only bills he worries about are from his criminal defense lawyers.
True. Many such cases.
But Kamala, she cares deep down, and she will take on the giant corporations that are squeezing American families. In fact, it's something she's done before. During the California wildfires, she went after the price gougers. During the pandemic, we worked together in the Senate to stop price gouging. And as president, she will lower costs for your family.
That's good.
She'll take on the Wall
stuff.
Street firms that buy up millions of houses and apartments and then jack up the rent. She'll take on drug companies that charge an arm and a leg for prescriptions. She'll take on corporate monopolies that rip off consumers and billionaires who
Don't follow me so close like that.
taxes.
Ah.
And she'll
Give me that.
take
Haha.
on right-wing extremists who think they should decide
Thanks,
who
mate.
has access to abortion or IVF. Kamala will protect abortion rights nationwide.
I did not mean to run over that person. I just wanted to swerve to the left of them, actually, so I didn't hit them. Because I was going to take the inside line.
Groceries, gas, housing, healthcare.
3 mushrooms and
taxes,
third, huh?
abortion. Trust Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to look out for your family? Shoot, I wouldn't let those guys, I wouldn't trust them to move my couch.
Ah! The couch again. Everybody loves that fucking joke.
We need Kamala Harris. This election is about your family and your future. I've seen Kamala Harris fight. I've seen her win. And when it comes to our families and our futures, Kamala Harris is someone we can trust. So here it is. With
6
joy
players. Seems like the
in
room's
our
shrinking a little bit.
hearts,
That's okay.
let's elect Kamala Harris the next president of the United States.
Pretty good rhetoric.
Our party is nowhere near over, Chicago!
Okay. Good on them to invoke not policy record per se. You know, if you just read out the policy record of somebody like Kamala Harris or Tim Walz or whatever, things would get pretty dry pretty quick. But the fact that they are you know, taking the trouble to basically just narrativize their policy prescriptions and stuff like that is really good politics, right? Like I said, way fucking better than if you just talk about the virtue and appeal of them as a person, right? You have to tie that to the politics. You can't have too long of a wind-up, otherwise, however good the punchline is, it's going to be disappointing by comparison, you know? What's going on? Right. Ah, that's good. Now there's only 5 people, so there can't be a shock. So all I'm gonna do is this. There we go. Nice try. I even dodged the POW with that. That's kind of crazy. Alright, first place. Pretty good. It's kind of crazy how much time I gained on people, even as Mario Mockbike, when it, like, it wasn't using my mushrooms. I guess that's what the Mockbike's longer mini turbos will do for you. Oh, she's back. Escobar. Miss Escobar.
We know that a secure future depends on strong global leadership. As Vice President, Kamala
Geopolitics
Harris has
stuff.
been tested on the world stage. She's faced down security. Please welcome to the stage an
Who's new?
Army Ranger, my colleague, Congressman Jason Crow.
Ah, getting more support from the military, I see. Yes, they're doing the bit again. Let's go. I love the Project 2025 bit where they just bring out the giant fucking book. What a bounce. Holy shit.
Taught me what really makes America strong and secure. You see, it's not tough talk.
Right, bullet bill.
It's not chest thumping. Because in war, talk is cheap. And trust me, I know a couch commando when I see one.
The couch jokes again, of course. You know, how could we not?
Real strength and security come from our people, from our allies. Donald Trump's Project 2025 would abandon our troops, abandon our veterans, our allies, and our principles. In Chapter 4,
No.
to do Putin's bidding
Okay.
by abandoning Ukraine and walking away from our NATO allies. In Chapters 2 and 3, he plans to fire our national security and military professionals and then replace them with mega loyalists. But I refuse to let Trump's golf buddies decide when and how our friends are sent to war.
It is worth noting that they are even phrasing the foreign policy stuff in an anti-war lens, you know? Appetite for war is very low right now.
We know that it comes with sacrifice. But we also know that it comes with a promise.
And, you know, dictators have been known to start wars pretty flippantly. Or use the military pretty flippantly. If they can.
In fact, in Chapter 20 of Project 2025, he plans to slash veterans' benefits and then privatize VA healthcare.
That's a good bit to bring up for sure. Man, are they not going to bring up the shit that I wanted them to? God damn.
The unit jumps first, and then the others follow. Leaders always go first. But Trump, he would push your son or daughter out of the plane and then abandon them when they come home. Our troops deserve a commander-in-chief who will always have their back. That leader is Kamala Harris. And together, we will make Kamala Harris our next commander-in-chief.
Pretty good. Pretty alright. I think the big kicker is that he mentioned the slashing veterans benefits. Republicans, one of the few things they can point to that has... One of the few things that Republicans can point to anymore with any degree of veracity behind it at all, which is being generous to even say that much, is the fact that the, like, fucking Veterans Affairs is in a really, really sorry state right now. You know? And, so all of that, all of their ability to effectively utilize talking points like that go out the window when this guy, an actual Army vet, comes in, former Army Ranger, in fact, you know, this guy's no joke, and says like, hey, here's the part in Project 2025 where Trump wants to cut and then privatize veterans benefits, you know? Oh shit! I'm a monster today. I think there's actually been a blue shell so far, so you can stay in first, because you're my blue shell protection. Unless this happens. Nice. First place. Who dis?
Secretary of Defense under President Obama. I want to talk tonight about national security.
Oh boy.
The choice in November
More national security talk.
America retreating from the world or leading the world. Trump wants to take us backwards. He admires dictators a lot. He treats our friends as adversaries and our adversaries as friends. But our vision is based on our values. The values that took us to the shores of Normandy and helped us win the Cold War. We believe America should inspire and lead at home and abroad. We recognize that it's not just about having a strong military, but about tackling global challenges like AI and climate change together. And guess what? That takes friends. You gotta have friends to do that.
I do appreciate that they're putting AI in the list of, like, global challenges. Because AI is most certainly proven to not be useful beyond, like, some of the very early introductions of it. Like, all it does is consume shitloads of power to generate vaguely more convincing misinformation and also, like, do things that we already could do just fine. You know? But the use of climate change talking points, or rather referring to climate change in a discussion about national security is pretty good, I think. I think it's good to, like, normalize climate change as part of the discourse. It more than it has been already. Like, we really, really need to start fucking moving away from fossil fuels and like, basically, you have to do socialism to fix climate change and to have sustainable environmental infrastructure, agriculture, things like that. I've explained how this goes before, that there's like capitalism creates a series of incentives, what would be called perverse incentives, that the crisis existing is pretty damn profitable. So by converse, like implication, solving the crisis is not profitable.
Of every single cadet. That's the thing about West Point. The day you take the oath to defend our country, you get to look the person in the eye who may one day, God forbid...
I already know what he's going to say, is that Trump is a traitor to the country, whatever. He took the oath and then he betrayed it because January 6th. But this guy is a New York Democrat, so I don't care. And he's also doing that thing where he spends way too much fucking time on the personal story. And then, like, the punchline just comes across as kind of weak sauce. Maybe.
At West Point...
Well, you know what? We'll see how the crowd reacts, because mentioning January 6th from the military perspective, I think, is pretty important as well.
Or tolerate those who do. Well, there's a candidate who has violated every word in that code.
Yeah, okay. Seems like the crowd is backing me up here.
Thief who looked soldiers in the eye, then turned around and called fallen heroes suckers and losers, who insulted Medal of Honor recipients just last week. I tell you what I think
Got him.
of Donald Trump. They told me I can't say that word on TV. I'm going to use an army term, FUBAR.
True.
If you don't know FUBAR, Google it.
I know what that means.
These last few weeks have felt like a new day in America, when we are waking up, rising up as patriots to demand our next president be someone who not only treats our veterans with respect, but everyone with respect, with dignity, with decency.
Respectability politics.
Someone like
Yeah.
Kamala Harris, our next commander-in-chief.
Yeah, okay. Because he said, like, let's elect Kamala Harris, at the end he got a decent amount of applause, but really, like, you can tell respectability politics just does not land. You know, like, oh, treating the troops with decency. That's all well and good, you know, invoking the fact that Trump does not care about people who serve in the military is a great policy line. The problem is you're not linking it to anything just by bringing that up and saying, oh, Kamala Harris will treat our troops with respect. Fucking, you know, what's she gonna do about the state of Veterans Affairs and veterans benefits and stuff? Like, that's the real question, right? And when you leave that unaddressed, it's like, kind of like, well, all right, you know, cool. But how much better is it really going to be? Like, obviously, theoretically, you understand it's going to be better than Trump, because Trump actively had it out, it seemed, for veterans. You know? I just have to use this now, I think. Dang. Oh, that was a perfect landing on that one ramp. I'm gonna leave this room, try to find a bigger one. 5 players is just not enough to be super interesting. Especially when I could be more spoiled and find a much larger room on Retro Rewind. Okay, look at that. Much larger. Not player. Cool.
Reverend Al Sharpton.
Oh, this fucking guy. You have no idea how much I hate Al Sharpton. This guy sold the future of the Democratic Party in his state up the river so that he could get a guaranteed seat in office. This guy's like fucking old school corrupt party boss, right? Like literally the Democrats, the North Carolina's fate was like sealed as a red state for years because this guy worked with the Republicans on a district map that heavily favored them, but kept his seat safe.
Justice, economic empowerment, health equity, and other issues. On one side of this race is Donald Trump, a fellow New Yorker I've known for 40 years. Only once in that time, did he take a position on racial issues. He spent a small fortune on full-page ads calling for the execution of 5 innocent young teenagers.
That being said, this is good rhetoric and it's clearly resonating with the crowd. He is a skilled politician, if nothing else. Still a bastard, but you know.
Because they were not executed, they're here to continue to fight. But it was there that I
Talk about the Central Park 5.
love to fan racial flames. On the other side is a woman that I've walked with in Selma, Alabama to commemorate the 59th anniversary of Bloody Sunday. Kamala Harris spoke to me that day about unity and passing bills. All I ever heard from Donald Trump was how he can get an advantage. I see one candidate who wants to protect the right to vote while the other has tried to cook up 11,000 votes in Georgia.
Also pretty decent rhetoric. I mean, like, good to illustrate Kamala Harris as somebody who supports these. He's not making the mistake that other Democrats on stage have made here.
Running against a man who said neo-Nazis in Charlottesville were fine people.
Of course, the classic thing he did say, by the way.
Who has sought to reform and uphold the law, and a man who wrongly assumes his mugshot appeals to black Americans.
That was a pretty crazy fucking line that the conservatives took once the mugshot dropped.
She has consistently committed to making government work for those of us who've been disadvantaged. All Donald Trump has been consistent about is making himself richer and sowing division to get that done. This man sat right here in Chicago a few weeks ago, refusing to apologize for claims that migrants were taking black jobs. Well, in November, we're gonna show him when blacks do their job.
Pretty good speech, I think. I still fucking despise this guy because of the role that he's played in actually preventing the Democratic Party from moving to the left.
With whites and browns and Asians, and we're gonna do a job on those that have done a job on us.
But like I said, very skilled politician for sure. And right now, what matters is that he is arguing in favor of good things. And this convention fundamentally is about like who can offer those compelling arguments and who can gin up support and hype.
52 years ago, I was one of the youth directors in her campaign for president. And 52 years after she was told to sit down, I know she's watching us tonight as a black woman stands up to accept the nomination for president of the United States.
This is one of the most effective forms of id poll, is appealing directly to the black community. Because, like, the current of white supremacy in America is so, like, runs so deep and is such a, like, massive fucking influence in politics that getting somebody who is not racist and of course on top of that who is part of the black community is huge for potentially getting some of those policies that would, like, disproportionately help people who are in the black community, because, you know, there's an overlap between poor families and black Americans and stuff like that.
We fought hard for LGBTQ loved ones to get out the closet. We won't go back.
Although let's see.
For the right to choose, the right to education. We suffered and died and bled, went to jail to get the right to vote. We won't go back.
This is great rhetoric now. Like, the repetition of "we won't go back" with even more policies behind it. But I will notice he's relatively scant on the like more economically oriented issues like unions and stuff, which is fine. There's plenty of other people who can pick up that slack.
No matter how the Supreme Court tries to roll back on civil rights, no matter what the amount of money they have, we are here because others fought and suffered for us, and we vowed tonight we won't go back.
Also, I do appreciate him invoking the Supreme Court as an institution that is very dedicated to stripping people of their rights, because it is.
To fulfill the promise of a just and fair nation. And let me say, as we...
But my guy, if you want any of this to become a reality, any of this policy making, you shouldn't be working with Republicans in South Carolina to secure your own seat.
January 6th, we've enjoyed conspiracy theories, we've endured lies and areas of darkness, but if we stay together, black, white, Latina, Asian, Indian American, if we stay together, joy, joy, joy.
And of course, since he is also a reverend, he's got the Southern Baptist sauce to him as well. I don't know if he's actually Baptist, but my mind thinks the South, and I automatically think Baptist. So, regardless, he has the reverend sauce to raise up the crowd a little bit.
To now, since I was a teenager, I was mentored by Reverend Jesse Jackson. And Reverend Jackson taught us to fight for what's right. And now I want to bring out some young men that I fought for. I referred to them then. They were known as the Central Park Five. Now they are the Exonerated Five. Raymond Santana, Kevin Richardson, Yusef Salam, Corey Weiss, the Exonerated Five.
The Central Park 5 thing is actually pretty crazy because it's like a modern lynching, just about, where you, like, the classic template, 5 people, 5 black guys, just flippantly accused of, like, raping or killing a white woman, whatever the crime even was, and there was a whole thing about it, and to this day, the Republicans want these guys executed. Although they know that that's not terribly politically effective, so only Donald Trump is dumb enough to say it out loud.
Good evening, people. My name is Corey Wise. 35 years ago, my friends and I were in prison for a crime we did not commit.
Oh yeah, they actually went to prison for that.
From us. Every day, as we walk into courtroom, people scream at us, threaten us because of Donald Trump. He spent $85,000 on a full-page ad in the New York Times, calling for our execution. We were innocent kids, but we but we served a total of 41 years in prison. Reverend Al Sharpton stood with us. Now, I'm proud to stand with him today. Vice President Kamala Harris has also
Only one mushroom, huh?
to make things fairer. I know she will do the same as president. Now prove that message.
Oh, jeez. I did not realize that he was right there. I thought he was in a slightly different position. I did not do that on purpose.
These are my brothers.
Sorry, bro.
These are my brothers. Yes, indeed. America. I am Yusuf Salaam.
I'm out for blood this session, it seems.
A New York City councilman representing my hometown of Harlem.
Oh, he's a councilman now. Man's moving up in the world. Let's fucking go.
Man.
Good for him.
Representing my hometown of Harlem, USA. And listen, as my friend Corey Wise just said, 45 wanted us unalive. He wanted us dead. Today we are exonerated because the actual perpetrator confessed and DNA proved it. That guy says he still stands by the original guilty verdict.
Yep.
He dismisses.
So they proved that these guys didn't do it beyond a shadow of a doubt. That another guy committed, I guess it was a murder. And Donald Trump was like, well, I still believe that the Central Park 5 should be executed. Why? Because they're black. It's the most obvious fucking explanation in the world. It's one of the few things that Donald Trump actually believes. He, like, one of the few positions that he actually holds is racism. Like, Donald Trump fucking hates black people.
Constitutional right to vote. In fact, it is a human right. So let us use it. I want you to walk with us. I want you to march with us. I want you to vote with us. And together, and let me tell you, this is going to be so beautiful. And together, on November 5th, we will usher in Kamala Harris and Tim Walz into the White House. So I want to do this. When I say one day, I want you to say, see us. One day, one day, when they see us, America will finally say goodbye to that hateful man. We will say what I have said after 7 long years of wrongful incarceration. Free at last. Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Nice. 3rd place. It's also been a very nice speech from some of the guys in the Central Park 5. You know.
Wow. Our country is built on justice, and people's
These guys, the Central Park 5 are examples of well, like I said, they're examples of more modern day lynching victims. This was more recent than a lot of lynchings happen, although they do still happen in the South, believe it or not. The Anthony Ray Hinton had kind of like a similar story. Murder happens, they just quickly pin it on some random black guy, or in this case, 5 black guys, send them to prison, and like, they rarely, if ever, get restitution for it. You know, all the while they didn't actually catch the person that committed a crime. You know, these are some of the, like, those are some of the community, like, more community-bound consequences of white supremacy.
In the courtroom, when my friend Kamala tried one of her first cases and made the prosecutor's promise.
I don't care about, like, courtroom anecdotes. Although I guess, you know, a lot of Americans watch Law and Order, so they might care. You know? I didn't get another. Unfortunate. Yeah, that guy got redded off in such a small space. Poor bastard. I'm trying to think, what do I even have to say about some of the stuff that's been said? I know there's some critiques down in there that, like, I should probably bring up. Like, get over this jump. Like, you know, a lot of the anecdotal rhetoric is not doing much for the Democrats here. At least not in some of the earlier instances. They could be talking about prosecuting rape cases and whatnot. But, like, as I said earlier, anecdotes can only be successful if you tie them to larger political prescriptions, and that pretty quickly, you know? Use this here. 3 bananas. It didn't quite hit, but that's fine. Okay.
And I'm Mark Morial, civil rights leader and former mayor of New Orleans. In the 1970s, Donald Trump was sued for refusing to rent his apartments to African Americans. His employees were told, put those applications in a drawer and leave them there. It was straight up housing discrimination. It was racism, and civil rights advocacy put an end to it. Kamala Harris,
this is a good line. This is a good story to bring up. Again, because there we go. Direct connection to political prescriptions.
Donald Trump, you denied black people the American dream. And Kamala Harris is creating a future where every family, yes, every family has a place to call home.
Also, I like that he said every family has a, like, where every family has a place to call home, and not every family has the opportunity to buy a home or whatever.
But ended up with a nightmare. Corinthian Colleges was a predatory for-profit chain. They defrauded more than 500,000 students and burdened us with loans we could never
Classic for-profit colleges line.
Then Kamala Harris stepped in. As Attorney General of California, she stuck up for students. She prosecuted Corinthian, and as Vice President, she stuck with us. As we fought and we organized for debt relief, the Biden-Harris administration came in, canceled all Corinthian student debt, and gave us back our futures.
My name is Tristan Snell, and I prosecuted Trump University.
Oh, sick. Let's go.
I interviewed over 100 victims of Trump's fraud, a retired police sergeant, an Iraq veteran with PTSD, a mother caring for her son with special needs. They trusted Trump. They believed that he would teach them his secrets and make their American dreams come true. But all they got was
Get rid of that red shell.
and a fake diploma. Some lost their life savings, some lost their homes. Donald Trump ripped off his biggest fans and made $5 million in profit.
And Trump really like pioneered the way for a lot of online right-wing grifters, you know?
To fight for you, for us, for the people.
Quick shot. Ooh, hit the fake item box.
Please welcome Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey.
For the people. Those 3 words define the role of a prosecutor. To serve not only our clients in the courtroom,
Think I'm gonna win?
but our community
Yeah.
and our country.
I don't care much about what the prosecutor has to say. But look, the fact that they brought up for-profit colleges and stuff is pretty important, especially the fact that they brought up the housing discrimination as well, because affordable housing is a massive issue. Higher education is also a big issue. We'll see if the Democrats make something out of that, but you know. The whole Donald Trump is a fraudster who hates black people and students angle seems to be catching on pretty well so far, and I think that's good. But again, as I've mentioned before, the Democrats' like typical ideological predilections are to not really do anything. You know, they have to be pressured, but it's a good sign that they're open to being pressured to do certain things, if that makes sense. You know, picking your opposition and all that.
Watched a little girl meet the vice president.
I apologize if I'm not saying as much this time as last time. I'm a bit tired having, well, done that stream yesterday.
About the summer, her basketball camp, and what position she likes to play. The little girl said to her,
More anecdote shit. You know, I'm sure that it's, you know, some, you know, people come up with these stories from a very genuine place, but you know, frankly, this is a political convention, you know? And this is about good politics, what this is about. Alright, so this is 17 and over here. Nice. I meant to throw that forward, not backward. Not because it would have, like, gained me anything significant, just because it would have been, like, content. Okay. Almost got hit by that. Oh, shit! There we go. That's content, baby. I did that for you guys. Yeah, correct. Watch this. almost. The 1-2. Classic. I'm in first now. However, that does mean I'm open to blue shells at this point. We'll see how things shake out. Ow. Who dis?
Good evening, Chicago. I'm Courtney Baldwin. In 2013, I was sold for sex in cities across California.
Oh no, I was gonna use that.
Controlled every aspect of my life.
Bringing up sex trafficking is super important as well, because Republicans do the whole line regarding that.
More than a victim. That I could pursue my dreams. And that my trafficker
Yeah, we got fucked up that race, but I think it was worth it.
I didn't know it yet. But waiting for me on the other side were people who were fighting for survivors. One of them was Kamala Harris. As California's Attorney General, she fought Backpage.com, the website that let me and thousands of others be bought and sold. She filed
Yeah, this was a really big problem.
against its owner that shut down the website for good.
Like,
No one has ever done that. Vice President Harris is fearless.
I think it's super important to talk about this.
She still gives me hope.
Because
She's protected people like me.
the Republicans like had that QAnon narrative. It's been mainstreamed over time, but the conspiracy notion of cabal of pedophiles or whatever genuinely detracted from a lot of the genuine efforts, as this woman explained, to help people escape sex trafficking rings. So on the Republican side, you have people who are obsessed with calling people pedophiles. On the Democratic side, you have a lot of activists and attorneys who are dedicated to actually fighting against pedophiles at an institutional level. And of course, it bears mentioning, because the subject came up, that sex trafficking is made so much worse and is in fact enabled by economic desperation and really bad material circumstances, because people have to be desperate enough to sell themselves into sex, or to find a sort of relationship like that. They have to be desperate enough for that starstruck relationship, or for some money to go to one of these really shady places to do that in the first place. If the conditions of life were a lot better in the United States, then the problem would start to diminish on its own. You still have to fight it, because it's not going to go away just on its own. But there's a lot of people who end up being captured by that trade because they're desperate and are vulnerable to being exploited in some of the most severe ways possible. It's actually a pretty similar thing with the organ trafficking trade. People need organs that work and can't afford them, so they go to black market, organ salespeople, basically. And there are people on the other side who need money, and as a result, they end up selling one of their kidneys, and that just hurts everybody involved, because the one guy doesn't have a kidney anymore and might actually just get stiff for the money he was promised by some shady fucking backrooms deal guy who wants to make a quick buck off of people's internal organs. Then you have the patient who might get a bad transplant because these people are not medical professionals, and then it's just not good. Nobody's needs are actually addressed by engaging with that. But if you do address their needs, you eliminate the need to engage with that sort of trade, if that makes sense. Similar thing, between organ trafficking, sex trafficking, drug trafficking as well, recreational drug use. That one should just be legalized, let's be real. But drug addiction is very much a product of bad socioeconomic circumstance, at least when you have a really big epidemic of it, you know?
While fishing with my dad and running through the
Talking about fishing, I don't care, thank you. I'm kind of skipping the parts that don't mean much of anything at the DNC as much as I can. Because as much as the Democratic Party, like I said, has embraced labor politics and stuff, they still have a lot of that, the fluff of liberalism, where you say stuff that sounds very flowery and inspiring, but means absolutely nothing. I mean, that was basically the entirety of Obama's speech, just the other day. And that was a little bit of Clinton's speech as well. But, you know. I think that the Democratic Party has, through the course of this DNC, they've probably discovered a pretty good format for this kind of political convention organizing. And they've definitely reinvigorated a lot of the grassroots organizers that offer that, like, coalition build and support with the Democrats. Also, it is nice to see. Here's one thing that I can say that's substantive in a really good way. The Democrats, it seemed like, have sort of deviated from their typical appeal to, like, oh, why should I support this person? Like, hypothetical person who's just, you know, entry level, getting into politics or whatever. Why should I support the candidate that you're offering? In the past, a lot of the Democratic response would be, here's why you already should support them. Like, what do you mean you don't support them? You should already. Look at all the stuff that they have done, you know? And this is a little bit different in the sense that, like, not in the sense of you should support us, but, like, Kamala Harris will support you. It seems like this is very much fixing some of those framing mistakes where they try to, like, you know, now it seems like that what they're doing here is, like, here's why you should support Kamala Harris, or here's why Kamala Harris is good, because she supports X, Y, and Z. She has done this sort of thing and this sort of thing, but, like, big strokes. Like, she has fought for consumers. She will continue to fight for consumers, like a future-oriented thing. Treating it a little bit less, you know, that some of that stuff is still there, the rhetoric of careerism that I don't really like, but they've started to move a little bit more towards, like, we're appealing directly to the people on, like, here's how Kamala Harris can make your life better, you know? It's a very subtle distinction, and sometimes it can be hard to explain without sounding a little bit incoherent, but I think there is, like, a genuine sort of a tone shift where the Democratic Party is a lot more willing now to, you know, actually engage with the base of people that support them. Like, even just the people who comprise the crowd here. A lot of times, in past Democratic conventions, it's been the case that the crowd is mostly full of party insiders, donors, and stuff like that. A little bit in a way that resembles the Republican convention. You know, you didn't have much representation of the working class here. You didn't have a lot in the way of grassroots organizers and whatever. At least not as much as you do here, where very much so it seems like the grassroots are present at this national convention. You know, and that's super important. Speaking of one of my favorite grassroots activists. This guy is a reporter or videographer for More Perfect Union. One of the best news outlets out there, by the way. Let me turn down my audio. I think the levels are a little bit loud. There we go. Hell yeah. Appalachian representation.
For generations. But the wealth made by our broken backs and our black lungs never did trickle down. And Washington listened to rich men demanding that we stick with dirty energy at any cost.
Now this guy is a socialist.
Are looking for a political home after years.
And he's really good at what he does.
Profit above people. Now, Trump, a billionaire, says that he'll take on the elites. But then he promises handouts to big oil, and he punches down at anyone with the guts to be different. But populism that insists we are too different to get along, is just divide and conquer by a different name.
This is really good rhetoric from him.
With roots in this party that we in West Virginia know well.
West Virginia getting hype in the crowd.
They called us rednecks back in the 1920s because striking workers from all different races wore red bandanas around their necks as they fought and died for respect and a living wage. Their fight yesterday is our fight right now. Right now.
Another blue shell, let's go.
It is our choice to build on this progress and to create a political home for the mass of working Americans fighting for control over their government, their workplaces, and their planet. And it is our moment
Somehow
to
got
live up
second.
to. Let's get after it. Thank you very much.
That was a pretty good speech. This guy's not an experienced political operative by any means, but like, I think those like cheers at the end from the crowd is emblematic. That resonated with a good chunk of the people. Interesting ending. Yeah, like, look, there are some ways in which like the speech writing, I guess, can be rough around the edges, but I think the fact that he appealed to the working class sensibilities, and the fact that they had somebody young from an internet-based media reporting outlet is really important. Or did you mean to the race? The end of the race? I can never tell. And of course, they have the political ad where some young folks are coming out in support of Kamala Harris.
Maxwell Frost.
The race, lol. Okay, yeah. Maxwell Frost. Oh, they're bringing out all the Zoomers today.
I'm Maxwell Alejandro Frost, and I'm proud to be the first member of my generation in Congress.
He's a Zoomer, by the way. He is a Zoomer, and he's in Congress.
You might expect me to talk about how climate change will impact our future, but as a Floridian, as a Florida...
It's already hitting Florida really bad. Yeah, he is a Florida man.
It is here. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance think they can divide us by saying this crisis is some type of hoax. But I've walked the streets of communities that have been forced to rebuild after hurricane flooding destroyed their homes. I've heard the stories of immigrant farm workers made to work in horrid conditions exacerbated by this crisis. And I felt the scorching record heat and know that climate change can sometimes feel like an unstoppable force. But with our movement and with organizing and an administration that cares, we are making progress.
A lot of young people really care about climate change. This is a great angle to take.
This crisis creates jobs. That investing in clean energy protects our health. And that investing in mass public transit builds strong communities.
Yes! Public transit, let's go. Urbanism mentioned.
of water that we consume and every breath we breathe. Fighting the climate crisis is patriotic. And unlike Donald Trump, our patriotism is more than some damn slogan on a hat. It's about actually giving a damn about the people who live in this country. Because when you love somebody, you want them to have clean air. When you love somebody, you want them to have safe drinking water. And when you love somebody, you want them to have a dignified job.
I somehow got somebody with the bomb that I threw forward there. Good place. Again, progressivism stays winning. This guy is one of the most progressive members of Congress. You know, supports very aggressive climate change action, like divesting from fossil fuels and investing in clean energy, which would entail a very, very large degree of confrontation with existing energy companies. And also supports urbanism, something that also upsets a lot of companies, particularly automobile companies, and you know, upsets white supremacists because they don't want to have to live next to black people. A lot of the really fucking shitty infrastructure in the United States, and to a lesser degree, I guess, Canada, was a product of America specifically, like being so racist that they wanted to be able to like isolate and completely segregate white people from black people. A very hard thing to do if your cities are planned in a very competent way, where there's dense downtown, a lot of multifamily housing units next to each other. But it's a lot easier if you take such a spread out approach to housing that you can like build a single family unit at a time in such a way like you have this suburban sprawl, right? Effectively, the like car-centric suburbanism of the 20th century was a way to basically separate racial minorities in the city from white people in the suburbs, where you could still theoretically enjoy some of the economic benefits of being in the city, but also not have to see a black person, you know? And that's why, you know, suburbs are a massive fucking drain on the city. Like, they're not economically productive. Not in America, at least. You know, in Europe, you have much better planned cities and the like. So this isn't as much of an issue. Yeah. I mean, in Europe, you have a very different kind of racism, but because it's different, you don't see some of the same, like, you don't see quite the same policy pursuits and outcomes as in the United States. It's third place. Ah, this is the part where they bring out the nominees.
Alabama's 2nd Congressional District. This is the district that gave America the Tuskegee Airmen, Rosa Parks, Fred Gray, and it is the birthplace of the Civil Rights Movement in Montgomery, Alabama. And of course, this district is home to Mr. Good Trouble himself, Congressman John Lewis. Look, my pathway to this stage was paved by a legacy of fighters. Fighters that include my mother, Alabama State Senator Vivian Davis.
I don't know if this guy is going to say anything especially, like, groundbreaking here, but you know, surely this is going to be like a shout out to the people from Alabama. It's going to motivate people in Alabama to vote for this guy. That's part of the function of the Democratic Convention. to get support for candidates who haven't yet been elected, to try to generate energy for like down ballot electoral campaigns and stuff. And I can definitely see this contributing to voting rights being a big part of the Democratic platform, because it's kind of a double whammy. Just on principle, like, this is a democracy, and democracy is good, tends to lead to better outcomes than dictatorial models of organization. So you want people to participate, because participation in a democracy is what helps to maintain that. It's one of the biggest things that helps to maintain a democracy is attention, enthusiasm, and participation. Right? Apathy is like really, really fucking bad. And part of the way that Republicans have tried to manufacture that apathy, because they're fundamentally an anti-democratic party, is that they have done massive projects of voter suppression. And that's partially from, like, it's 1/3 from the place of, like, them being fascist. It's 1/3 from the place of them being racist because they don't want black people to vote. And it's also 1/3, from a place of them recognizing, look, our policies are not popular. When more people vote, we lose. When more people vote, Republicans lose. And Democrats tend to win. And the country generally tends to move to the left when more people turn out to vote, when there's like much more political participation, enthusiasm, attention, etc., etc. The future only, like, a good future only tends to happen when people believe in a good future, because otherwise the political will and like the material drive, like the material driving factors behind political change just aren't there to support it if there's a lot of political apathy, because a large part of how politics moves is people's willingness to make it move, And of course, also the resources that people have at their disposal. It doesn't help that there's like a massive, that there has been a pretty massive alienation streak going on post-COVID. And like, this is part of how you address that, at least some of it. Voting rights is just, it's pretty important, and it's pretty basic. It's something that a lot of countries do better than the United States. We need to up our game on that, and it's another nail to put in the coffin of the Republican Party so that genuinely much more progressive change can happen. Because a lot of people are actually very primed to be leftist, to be socialist, to have very progressive economic policy prescriptions, progressive economic beliefs. But a lot of those people are so disaffected that they don't really get into politics because they don't see an avenue for anybody's interest to really be advanced. For the longest time, that was the case. In the 90s and 2000s, up until even the 2010s, the Democrats and Republicans either weren't that different, or the Democrats were obsessed with making it seem like they weren't that different. And now that they're finally embracing that, yeah, you know what? We are different. Republicans hate you and we don't. Democrats do still hate you. Don't get that part twisted. But like, that hate is limited to the party leadership, whereas the Republicans, it's like all the way down. They just fucking hate minorities. And Democrats, on the other hand, are like, you know what? Voting should be easier. You know what? Maybe we should make things a little bit better here and there. Not good enough, but, maybe we're encountering some pressure from unions, so we should, give the working class some inroads to politics and stuff like that. It opens the door for positive political change, basically. That you have anybody who's willing to advocate for any of these progressive policy prescriptions. It will eventually create kind of a snowballing effect. There are various points throughout history where very landmark political changes have either happened or sort of become solidified gradually. And once those landmarks are passed, it is very hard, if not impossible, to sort of go backwards to the way things were before, no matter how badly reactionaries want it. We can talk about gun violence. this is one of those issues that really doesn't resonate as well with broad, like a broad base of Americans. You know, Americans really like their guns. You know, so I think that the Democrats have to be careful about not being too ham-fisted on the issue, although obviously, like, it is an incredibly real problem. It's like one of the most spectacular problems in American politics that, like, theoretically your kid could go to school and then there's like a mass shooting. Like, that's fucked up any way you slice it. You know, even though it doesn't represent but a very small portion of the like man-made causes of death per se, like per year. As crass as it is to look at this like it's a numbers game, that's what politics is. And the fact of the matter is there's like what, hundreds, you know, of people that die from gun-related causes every year. Or actually single-digit thousands, I think, is more like the number. You know, if you include stuff like suicides. Again, part of a gun violence crisis in the United States. But what more people die from as well is traffic accidents. There's just so much more of a consent manufacturing machine around car infrastructure is fine, actually, when it's getting more people killed per year, per day even, than firearms in the United States. But either way, like, this is a spectacular issue, and like there's clearly a lot of other issues that should be addressed by invoking mass shootings and stuff like that. You know, people who go and shoot up a school, not the most mentally stable people. This is a potential avenue to argue in favor of Medicare for all, you know, to try to address some elements of the mental health crisis, to argue for red flag laws for background checks and stuff like that. So if somebody is really unstable, they can't just get a gun.
Has been a constant in my life. President Biden and Vice President Harris have moved mountains to help. Medicare can finally...
And ultimately, here's what I'll encapsulate this with as well. I think that this issue, the issue of guns, you know, gun deaths per year, and like mass shootings, school shootings, all that kind of stuff, gun crime in general, is much better framed as a gun safety issue than a gun control issue, right? Because if you frame it as a gun safety issue, you no longer piss off people who own guns and don't make it a habit to go and shoot up a nightclub on the weekend, you know? And you make it way more difficult for any of that stuff to happen.
Vegas. I put in work to build my business. When COVID hit, this administration's support kept us moving. I hired staff and we grew. We've more than doubled.
Ew, business owner. I'm muting this woman. I'm sure they have fine coffee or whatever, but like, petit bourgeois shit, that's gross. Give me more union reps. You know, they had the two ladies from the teachers unions at the beginning of this. They need to bring some more people in like that. This is one of the internal struggles that's bound to start flaring up more within the Democratic Party, is the sort of labor movement versus small business owners and stuff. I hit my own fake item box because I'm sick with it. Thank you for noticing. I really wanted to bump him, but you know, what happens happens. Oh, I got a low trick there. That's cool. Okay. That green shell took out the red shell for me. Okay, shock. Got him! Dude, I'm a fucking fiend today. I got third because of that. I should clip that later. Who's coming out on stage now?
Please welcome the Bulls official drumline, Chicago's own Pack Drumline.
Now, I know I love the Chicago Bulls because my dad loves the Chicago Bulls. Their logo's really cool, but I don't care about the the band being here to perform. And also, this is maybe copyright. I know that like fair use permits it if it's a live performance and whatever, especially because this is C-SPAN, it's public TV. But, you know. I also just don't need any unnecessary distractions for me talking and playing Mario Kart while I'm streaming. She having a great time. Although I must say, as far as musical instruments go, drums are fucking cool. Sorry, Luigi, but in my defense, I did it for the content, you see. I think I might have hit somebody with that. Yeah. Give me one of these. No, you fuck. You bumped me so I couldn't get the mushroom. And you bumped me so I couldn't get the outer box. I'm just getting bumped all over the place today. Alright. I need a box at this set, whatever else happens. Okay. Pretty good. Use people as shields. Why not? I think I'm going to hold on to this for a second. Okay, so I can do this. Gained a few spots. This is a good spot to be because I'm going to be in the back of the pack going into lap 3. And that's going to... One mushroom. Not ideal. Okay. 6th. Only one mushroom again. Probably gonna get 5th. Yeah. Okay. Not too bad of a performance. The first half to 2/3 of that track was super messy, but I cleaned it up, played pretty consistent at the end. Oh shit! These guys are insane with it! What the fuck? He's hanging on by that guy's neck, upside down, playing the drums. These guys are fucking going off, dude. I didn't even notice that until, like, the past 20 seconds. Rainbow Road. Oh boy. Mock bike on Rainbow Road. Now, theoretically, I could have an advantage over the Flame Runners because I get more air, which makes shortcuts easier. And I can take the turns a little bit tighter. But, you know, just don't get bumped once. You know, we'll see how that goes. I've been bumped more than once thus far. And there I go. The worst respawn of all time. Alright. They're all down there already. Holy shit. Alright, I'm just gonna use this at the turn here. Try to gain as much ground as I can. That shortcut kind of put me back in the race. I'm so glad that that shock didn't get me off the edge. I'm gonna try to save this mushroom for the moon jump. How close is everybody behind me? Not super close. I have a little bit of distance. There we go. A bomb. I don't know what that does for me. Thank God that road is curved and sloped like that. If I don't make any, like, really glaring mistakes, I think I actually have a decent shot of catching up to the front elements of the pack here. One of the few instances where a Rainbow Road comeback might be, like, actually possible. You know, I started in 7th functionally on lap 1 because of that really bad respawn, and now I'm in 3rd. With 3 mushrooms, man, this is a lot to play with here. Well, or that could happen. It's actually fine. Oh, that is so fine. Yes, nice. Flawless victory. Alright. That's a lot of bananas. Not quite. But I finished in a very respectable 3rd place. Rainbow Road comeback equals shock dodge and cannon. Well, you saw how much ground I made up despite being behind literally everybody at the beginning. I'd consider that as close as you can really get, short of, like, really, really ideal circumstances. Here's that thing I was talking about, where you see a bunch of American flags in the crowd, you know? And that's like, oh yeah, this is an all-American convention and all that. You got the cheeseheads, of course, because they're in, Wisconsin, or not Wisconsin, Minnesota. No, wait, they're not. They're in Chicago right now, I think. Yeah, the DNC's in Chicago, and then the other venue is in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. There we go. I'm silly. The Chicks and Kerry Washington. Oh, Dixie Chicks? Maybe? Oh, hey, there's Tim Walz. Look at him. Tokyo Blur. Really short track. Oh, poor bastard. Okay, so that's a little bit slower. I tried. Again, just because of the it would be content. Low-key, what I've been seeing tonight isn't super interesting. Yeah, same here. Probably because the insanity levels are at like 3 instead of 10. Yeah, I think a lot of the energy is from like the first few days. And now it's a little bit like just sort of coasting off of the energy from those days, and it like being okay. You know, we're kind of wrapping up at this stage. Oh yeah. Oh baby. Sixth, fifth, or they're conserving for Kamala. That's also possible. Yeah, they usually like want to save the best for last kind of thing. So Kamala Harris is going last tonight. Tim Walz went last night, and I should have stayed for that because that was a banger of a speech from what I saw. I do plan to, after this night of the DNC is over, I'll go back to my regular streaming schedule. So after today, you won't see me till Saturday, but I will come back and review parts of the DNC that I thought were particularly notable that I didn't stream live. So that means the Sean Fain speech, the AOC speech, the Tim Walz speech, and the some of the other union representatives, and the individuals who did like the Project 2025 bit where they bring out the book, like the giant tome of Project 2025, they slam it down on the podium. They're like, here's exactly the ways in which Republicans want to take away your rights. And they open it up and explain, you know. And of course, everything that they've said only corroborates what I've said about Project 2025 as well. I'm genuinely surprised that over the course of the DNC, it's possible that they still bring out another Project 2025 bit. They've done it like twice-ish per night. I really need them to mention, because this would be devastating for the Republicans. Not like there's any shortage of devastating blows for the Republicans here, but they need to mention that Republicans in Project 2025 want to repeal the Americans with Disabilities Act. Literally, they hate grandma for being in a wheelchair. And they want to abolish the fucking weather service, which should turn off everybody in the Midwest instantly, because motherfucker, the weather service is the only reason that you know those tornadoes are coming before they actually destroy your house and kill your family. That's the weather service, baby. And Republicans are like, yeah, you know, that infrastructure that basically makes Tornado Alley livable at all, and that like provides one of the most basic services that everybody makes fun of but still relies on extensively. Yeah, what if we just got rid of that? You know? It's like, it's so gratuitously evil. I don't even want to say unnecessarily evil, because like evil is obviously always usually unnecessary, right? Like evil from the Democratic or from the Republican Party, excuse me. Like, but, like, it's such a slap in the face of, like, oh, yeah, you know, all the other bad stuff we do. We also just don't want you to have the weather service. Like, you know, to prove that they also, in addition to everybody else, they also hate their own base. I'm content. Again, I'm going to be content to hold second here, I think. Okay. Dang. Third place. I just had to be disciplined and hold my mini turbo there so I could get the boost, get the wheelie, and avoid that Mega Mushroom. Trump actually using the Chewbacca defense next presidential debate because he got nothing else to explain defunding the weather service. The Chewbacca defense, like... Just kind of like that, you mean? Or what? The fuck is a Chewbacca defense? South Park reference? Oh, okay. I'm not a South Park individual. I didn't watch that show. Who dis? Oh, there's the chicks. They're gonna sing. Ah, the national anthem. I see. In a jury trial, the Chewbacca defense is a legal strategy in which a criminal defense lawyer tries to confuse the jury rather than refute the case of the prosecutor. It is an intentional distraction. Okay, so like obfuscation. Yeah. As a Chewbacca defense detracts and misleads, it is an interesting example of a red herring. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. So basically, there's no way for Trump to like actually confront some of the stuff in Project 2025, including the whole abolishing the weather service thing. So he's just gonna try to talk his way around it and try to like deny and obfuscate and shit. Makes sense. I can see that happening for sure. Dodge me. Give me a box. Yes. Yes, I dodged. Let's fucking go. Am I gonna get... Oh, baby. That's second place. Yeah. It's like when you know that your case is so fucked that you have to confuse the other person into not knowing what it is. You know? Ultimately, that's been a lot of the Republican strategies to try to put the onus on the Democrats and try to basically deflect from what they really believe. Because the Republicans know that on a certain level, their beliefs are monstrous and indefensible. You know? Also, not defunding the weather service, abolishing the weather service. Defunding means you take funding away from it, but it still remains in a sort of hollowed out state. Trump and the Republicans want to get rid of the weather service entirely. Like, you know, so even more, even worse.
Welcome to the final night of the Democratic National Convention. The last 3 nights have been extraordinary, and tonight
I recognize this lady. Kerry Washington is great. She was in, what I recognize her from is Django Unchained, I believe.
I know that there are folks on social media already saying, go back.
This is Chewbacca, an 8-foot-tall Wookiee. How much sense does bringing this up make? As much as your policies. Yeah.
I am here as a mother, as a daughter, as a proud union member.
Yes! Unions. Pro-immigration, of course, of course. Oh no, I fucked up. Every time that people mention unions, I get so giddy, and it's like I just do the fucking soy point thing. Okay. I know what I want to use this mushroom for, and I am going to get big in time to use it. Unless somebody gets a POW, but I don't know how likely that is. Blue shell, of course. Nice. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Got the dodge in the air. That's good. Okay. That's a fine place for the shock to happen. So I get the boost panel pretty immediately, and I'll get big pretty shortly after this item set. There we go. Cool. Still? Got both of us. Okay, I'm gonna win. Yay. Or maybe not? We'll see. Yeah, okay, I won. Because of the boost panel at the end.
It's come to my attention that there are some folks who struggle
Or what he's gonna say.
or
Or she's gonna
pretend
say.
to struggle with the proper pronunciation of our future president's name.
That's true. Many such cases. Love that that's been a genuine, like, strategy for the Republicans.
Understandable. Disrespect is not. So tonight, we are going to help everyone get it right. Here to help me are some very special guests. Thank you, ladies. Can you tell us your names?
Hello, everybody. My name's Amara. And my name is Leela, her little sister.
And what are you here to
Oh.
do?
To teach you how to say your auntie's name.
Okay. So, how do you pronounce it?
First, you say comma like a comma in a sentence. Then you say la like la 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 la.
Put it together, and it's 1, 2, 3, Kamala. All right, so let's practice. Let's practice.
I love that bit.
Everybody over here, say comma. Everybody over here, say la.
Together.
This is a cute bit. I like it. I also appreciate that they're literally, like, they're like condescending as fuck to the Republicans for once. You know, usually the Democrats do this thing where they're like really condescending to their own voter base. And then here they're like, okay, since you fucks are too racist or too stupid, we're gonna explain it to you like you're 5. And to do this, we will bring out the cutest kids you've ever seen and help have them help you walk through it. Really whimsy maxing right now, you know, I must say. Okay, I didn't hit either of them. That's good. Okay, it took me over the jump there. Fuckboy, thank you for following. Also, welcome to the stream. I don't know if I don't think I've seen you here before. Who dis?
My mom, my grandma, and my auntie, who showed me the meaning of service. Helping her sister, a 17-year-old single mom, fighting for justice for the American people, and still cooking Sunday family dinner.
Had single mom at 17. That's kind of fucked.
Guiding my own children, and I know she'll guide our country forward.
Kamala came into my life when I was 14. Famously a very...
As much as I'm sure these stories are very, like, personal and intimate, they're anecdotes, so I don't care that much. Although, look, engaging in this a little bit is probably fine. Just not to the degree that the DNC has, because it's like... beyond a certain point, it loses any sort of political effectiveness that it could have. But it's good to humanize the candidates in a way especially because in a election like this, your opponents are like people who struggle with basic human empathy and emotions and really don't seem to be terribly human. You know, Donald Trump and JD Vance, one of whom is a husk of a human being who has PTSD and really, really hates black people and brown people as well. The other being a 4chan Nazi, who basically, that means he, like, basically isn't human. You know? When people like that talk about lizard people, understand, like, the, 4chan conspiracy types, the calls are coming from inside the house. These are some of the weirdest motherfuckers. So, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz being really normal by comparison is something that deserves to be focused on a bit. But again, this is one of the flaws that's been particularly present in this night of the DNC, is that they failed to connect a lot of that to their policy prescriptions and like what they support politically. They'll spend too much time on who they are as a human being and not enough time on, okay, why should I care about them politically? Everybody knows the story of good person gets into politics, turns corrupt. It's like a trope. You have to establish that that's like, you have to establish some sort of precedent that won't happen.
You know what? In 3 months, ain't gonna be no living with y'all.
That's true.
I can tell you this. I don't blame Donald Trump for not wanting to debate Kamala. I've been married to a black woman for 40 years, and I ain't won one debate.
True.
I'm owing $93,000. Now, of course, Trump is saying that Kamala isn't black. I guarantee you this. Kamala's been black a lot longer than Trump's been a Republican.
That's true.
And if he keeps sliding in the polls the way he is, the only way to keep Kamala out of the White House is if he buys it and refuses to rent it to her.
True. Yeah, if you weren't here earlier, Trump in the 1970s and the 80s got into some major legal trouble for, like, straight up refusing to rent any of his properties to black tenants.
They even have Republicans for Kamala.
True.
Republicans for Kamala. I guess Donald Trump will finally know what it's like when you get left for a younger woman.
Damn. I'm gonna try to save this mushroom for, like, the ice section.
Kamala knows the truth about the American dream. That hard work is not alone.
What, that you have to be asleep to believe it? Oh, no, okay, hard work. I see.
That you need access and information and opportunity. And she knows that some folks are often denied those very things. As president, she will give each and every one of us a fair shot in life.
Again, there's some rhetoric that I disagree with, because having a fair shot in life implies that there's a possibility that you miss and, like, die. It's not enough. This is one of the critical failings of liberalism. Opportunity is not enough. People must be guaranteed certain basic necessities to live a fulfilling life without the need to worry that there's a potential that their life can be absolutely ruined. They live absolutely destitute if they get things wrong.
Something I had never done. Something a lot of people I know had never done before. Imagine attacking someone's character without a single Google search. So I did what I should have done in the first place. I learned that she had done for us exactly what she promised to. I believe that your apology should be as loud as your accusation, and I'm here apologizing in front of the whole damn world. I was wrong, and I'm so very glad I was wrong, because Kamala, you give me hope for the future, a future where my grandchildren Nola and Stevie had the freedom to control their own bodies, where they have the opportunity to go as far as their wits and their talents would take them. That future, ladies and gentlemen, is possible, but only if we elect Kamala Harris as the 47th President of the United States of America.
again, the futurism is good. Liberal rhetoric, not so good. But the futurism is important. That, like, this is a sort of refocusing politics on like believing in the concept of a like the future again. The political discourse for a long time has centered around how fucked up things are right now, and the Biden campaign fucked this up massively, where a lot of what they focused on is here's what we've already done, not what we will do, but here's what we've already done. You should already support us. Don't worry about the future, just trust the plan. And now the Kamala Harris campaign is more about what will we do? We will work with unions, as we have already. We will work with unions. We will create more union jobs. We will create more affordable housing. Joe Biden's campaign couldn't deviate from the line of, well, here's what we have done. Like, motherfucker, it's not about what you have done. It's about what you will do. It's about political end objectives and ways in which the world will get better. You can't sort of do this without direction. And direction requires that you have an objective that you haven't yet achieved.
Democracy, and as we are about to hear, we do this for the safety of our communities.
– Please welcome Genesee County
Got him.
Sheriff Chris
Let's fucking go.
My job is to protect people.
Cops? Gross.
In 2020, righteous anger spilled over into the streets of Flint, Michigan. One bad decision from either side, and there would have been bloodshed. But that didn't happen. We laid down our riot gear, and we embraced the community.
Base?
And instead of hate, we chose hope. On January 6th, the opposite occurred. That day was paved with division, deceit, and denigration. Police officers were attacked that day. It could have been stopped. We need a leader who will embody what's affixed to all three sides of my Sheriff Patrol cars: protect, serve, and unify. Kamala Harris is that leader.
I hate cops, obviously. I'm a socialist, thank you. Cops only exist to protect property rights. But the fact that they found a cop that doesn't want to, kill all the black people is good. And also, I think this is a giant gamer move to say, like, look, there's cops that support us. We are for everybody here. And meanwhile, like, there's a lot of police unions that support Donald Trump because police unions are fucking class traitors. Yeah, I think that's what's important, is that, like, this is pro-gamer move to like, take the random median voter dipshit who doesn't know anything about politics but, like, back the blue or whatever, and be like, oh, okay, Kamala Harris supports the cops, and Trump, did January 6th and got cops killed and traumatized,
People, I can tell you in 2020, we were able to turn a protest into a peaceful movement by walking together. One city, one community, and one country. America.
Oh, he's a paramedic too.
Let's walk. Let's walk together, and let's elect Kamala Harris and turn hate into hope yet again. Thank you.
Not bad rhetoric, I'll be real, like the emphasis on peaceful protests and whatnot. Although that doesn't mean that
contemplating adopting.
that doesn't mean that, like, a lot of more liberal leaning media outlets and you know, police departments or whatever won't still lean against them pretty hard. Again, it's just a small change that I think will have some consequences in the future that, like, I can't really name anything specific. I don't think this would apply to any protest movement in particular. You know, administration's going to support or not support whatever they support or not support. But I think that it like the resistance that they meet protest movements with can be somewhat affected by this sort of speech here, especially because, like, left-wing protests in the past haven't been as, like, competent as they were in, like, the 20th century and stuff. Just from an optical perspective, which I still support them regardless, because it, like, they've been getting better and better behaved, but, like, the peaceful protest does work. Mostly because it is, like, putting public pressure on politicians and stuff. Where, like, if you are seen as being on the unpopular side of something, as the government, you basically, that's your cue to, like, okay, you have to capitulate to the protesters in some form. If not now, eventually. But either way, still a cop, still a bastard. You know, maybe not him specifically as a person, but as a product of his job. But, you know, I do give them credit for finding, like, the least racist cop, I guess. Golden mushroom. Oh, I didn't get to use it, but that's alright. Oh, I thought I could outrun him. Alright. Anyways. You know what, actually, if that speech could have some value in encouraging police to take a lighter hand, the lighter a hand that the police take, the better. Because, like, very militarized police and like broken windows policing only makes issues of crime in underprivileged neighborhoods worse. I guess that's one thing I can kind of say about it. Other than that, not too notable. It's just a cop saying, like, yeah, I'm a cop and I support Kamala. I guess it could potentially feed into the, like, prosecutor Kamala versus felon Trump narrative, which is good rhetoric. I don't know. Teacher at Sandy Hook.
Stay with me. 20 beautiful first grade children and 6 of my beautiful colleagues were killed. They should still be here.
This is another gun violence thing. The next person. This is actually the test to see if the Democrats take a more like frame the issue more as gun safety rather than gun control.
10-year-old daughter Lexi for receiving all A's. She receives a Good Citizen Award and we pose for photos. She wears a St. Mary's sweatshirt and a smile that lights up the room. 30 minutes later, a gunman murders her, 18 classmates and 2 teachers. We are taken to a private room where police tell us she isn't coming home. Uvalde is national news. Parents everywhere reach for their children. I reach out for the daughter I will never hold again.
Very jank section, but it worked.
My niece, Sandy Patrice, was 22. She drove to Myrtle Beach for sun and fun and motorcycle parades. Hours later, my phone rang. Shooting on the beach. No one can find Sandy. I stayed calm. You see, my mother, Patricia Ann, had been shot and killed by an abusive partner. I was calm then too. I got to handling business. I called relatives, the police, hospitals, and I kept calling. Voice steady, heartbeat pulsing.
I ate all 3 of those bananas and I'm dead.
To the coroner. 10 years of waiting, and Sandy's murder is still unsolved. I'll keep calling, and I'll keep fighting.
Really good wall trick. So far, they've just recounted some of the incidents. They haven't really called for much in the way of, like,
my classmate got shot.
action and stuff.
It changed my story. Instead about worrying about taking a test, I started worrying about living to take another test. They say schools are for learning, and I did learn a lot that day. I learned how to run, how to hide and drop. That what happens in the news can happen to me.
There we go. Gun safety activists. I guess that's a good bit of framing, for sure. Because ultimately, it's a massive problem. You want it to be solved. You don't want it to be like... You want to be very careful with the way you frame it. Again, because you don't want to piss off gun owners. Just not from the perspective of, oh, then they're going to go shoot somebody, but just from the perspective of, like, people being uncomfortable about their property and stuff being touched.
But make no mistake, our losses do not weaken us. They strengthen our resolve. We will secure safer futures that we all deserve. We will organize. We will advocate. We will run for office. And we will join with Americans from small towns and big cities to keep our communities safe.
Okay, pretty good messaging so far. They haven't, like, said we're going to ban XYZ type of firearm, you know? Because again, it's, like, really ham-fisted and stuff.
Please welcome former Arizona Representative Gabby Giffords.
Okay, I think the Democrats have done a good job here of representing the issue of gun violence and gun safety and stuff. That is as an issue of gun safety rather than an issue of gun control, right? Like, there are plenty of people who own guns and have no problem not killing anybody, right? And you don't want to, like, unnecessarily make enemies of those people. Not in the sense that they're gonna come kill you or anything. That's, like, dumb to argue that. But rather in the sense of, like, you want to create a world with good outcomes, and those outcomes can only be achieved if you're like acting in a way that makes those things possible. Does that make sense? Like, the only way you're going to get substantial gun safety, like red flag laws, background checks, shit like that. Even, you know, like bump stock bans and stuff being potentially on that list as well. I would support a bump stock ban. The only way you're going to get that is if you kind of stress the part like, look, we're not trying to rip guns out of everybody's hands, right? Like, you support the Second Amendment. It's a whole amendment in the Constitution. That part is pretty unactionable, whatever you think about guns. And I've come around on guns to the point that I think that, like, look, if you want to take them to the range and shoot them, that's fine. But there should be some pretty stringent laws on like storage of the weapon itself, of the ammunition, of who's allowed to get one, in terms of, like, you know, you can't have a criminal record or whatever, can't be like suspected of domestic abuse or what, or like have been convicted of domestic abuse, stuff like that. You can't be a danger to yourself or others. Certainly, you know, somebody who, like me, who has depression, who has like mental health conditions, I don't think should be allowed to buy a gun. There should be waiting periods and that sort of stuff. You want to limit you want to take institutional measures to limit, like, as dumb as it sounds, to limit the wrong amount of people, like the wrong kinds of people, from getting guns. In the same way that, like, you're not allowed to smoke on a train or whatever, you know? I don't know. Look, it's possible I'm not making a whole lot of sense, but it's clear that the more ham-fisted efforts, like the Brady handgun bill, like Brady handgun bill, even one of the more defensible ones among them, the semi-automatic weapons ban from the 1990s, had like positive but pretty mixed results, and like didn't have a huge lasting impact. You know, there's just more evidence for these other kinds of there's just more evidence for these other kinds of policies than there is for, like, well, like I said, the more ham-fisted stuff. Nice, I dodged. No, I didn't mean to do that.
Since champion, since she was our California AG.
We have two options in November. We have Kamala Harris, who has already proven her leadership in the Biden-Harris administration. They passed the first ever comprehensive gun reform in 30 years. Donald Trump has cozied up to the NRA and the gun lobby.
I have full confidence in Vice President Harris that she's dedicated to and committed to finding a solution to end gun violence.
That was, from what I heard of that was a little bit of a mix between some of the good and some of the bad. The fact that he phrased it as like comprehensive gun reform, comprehensive gun safety, and stuff like that, that's like good framing and stuff like that. But and I think that the bad part of it is made up for by the fact that these are just clearly just like rando young people that the Democratic Party asked, like, hey, can you give your 2 cents on this? You know, but the very, very slight blemish is that they did that bit where there was like, here's why you should already support Kamala Harris, like things she's done already. When, you know, even if like all of that is true, and you could theoretically make that as like a very factually based argument, it's not great from the perspective of emotional appeal. But, like, again, that's a very small concern, because the emotional appeal is made up for by the fact that, like, these are genuine, very genuine people, and the issue they're talking about is something near and dear to a lot of Americans' hearts, which is the issue of, like, mass shootings and shit. Somebody's gonna hit that. Yeah, okay. Three mushrooms. I don't believe the shock has happened, so I'm expecting it to happen pretty soon. Yeah. What? They dodged him? That's Mario Kart malpractice. Okay, more singing and stuff. Also, by the way, just to reveal the sort of grudge I have against the Democratic Party. I've been talking it up a lot, but never forget the amount of resistance that the Democrats offered up to progressives and how long it took for people left of dead center to work their way into any position of power into the Democratic Party. It's 2024, folks. The Democrats had been trying a centrist approach since the 1990s, and like I said, dead on arrival strategy even then. They only slightly let up in the like late 2010s, if that. When AOC got elected in 2018, that was despite the best efforts of the Democratic Party. They were as late as 2024, this year, you know, the primary election for some of these progressive congresspeople. The Democratic Party was fucking dead set on keeping progressives out at any cost, more so than they were on campaigning against Republicans, literal fascists who can be most closely compared to the Nazi Party of Germany, and the Democrats with the sort of old guard of leadership with Joe Biden at the helm, you know, dictating a lot of the stuff with before Nancy Pelosi decided to be an epic gamer, was more concerned about getting Jamal Bowman out of office in favor of the most racist fucking Zionist piece of shit I've ever seen, than they were with like substantively combating Republicans constantly working to subvert democratic norms and institutions, and like addressing any of the credible threats made by Donald Trump, or like you know, campaigning against Project 2025. The campaign trail had started, and like it literally took Kamala Harris and Tim Walz for the Democratic Party to do anything. When I say that like this is a breath of fresh air, the thing that it's a breath of fresh air for has been my entire life. At like the past 30 years, ever since my parents were both young adults, the Democratic Party has never been this like willing to engage with progressives. You know, never forget what it took just to get them to that point, and understand that they're still going to be offering pushback. You know. So that's the context of me offering any sort of critical support to the Democratic Party, is that I want to encourage them to keep embracing progressive, keep listening to progressives, keep allowing the social democrats and the socialists, most importantly, into the Democratic Party. You know, turn it into a party of the working class. But, you know, you have to remember at the same time all the times that they have very, very aggressively resisted doing that. And there's Mark Kelly. He was one of the potential picks for vice president that Kamala did not end up going with.
So, President Obama had to follow Michelle. I had to follow Gabby and Pink. Gabby amazes me every single day. She was able to walk out and address you tonight because she's a fighter.
Okay.
And thanks to a team of doctors, nurses, and especially her speech therapist.
I'm kind of glad that Kamala didn't pick Mark Kelly either.
I've flown into space 4 times. I've flown into combat nearly 40 times. Not once did I do that by myself. It took a team to accomplish.
This is pretty much political nothing speak, but I can explain a little bit why I think Mark Kelly. It's good that she passed up on Mark Kelly. As much as I think Mark Kelly was actually not a terrible pick, I think he would be pretty inoffensive from a like progressive point of view. Sure, he's not great on labor issues, but that could be relatively easily fixed because of the working relationship he has with unions in his own state, even though had done some anti-union stuff. And he also isn't like monstrously bad on anything like Josh Shapiro is with Israel, you know? But what he doesn't do, he doesn't bring all that much to the ticket except for the casual like, oh yeah, he's an astronaut. That's pretty cool, right? That appeals to the median voter because the median voter is stupid as hell. But I think, honestly, you know, listening to him here, he's a little bit too self-serious. You know, he's a little bit flat in his tone. And, like, he can't really go and rizz up the crowd. Tim Walz, Kamala Harris, they can both go out there and rizz up the crowd. They are, you know, whimsy-pilled, very whimsical. They remind everybody probably of their mom and their dad, assuming you have a pretty good relationship with your parents or something like that. You know, they bring a very positive energy and a very like well, I guess they bring positivity and energy to the presidential campaign. And Mark Kelly doesn't really bring either. He's very neutral, you know? Which means it wouldn't have really detrimented the campaign all that much. I believe that. Unless he had some serious skeletons in his closet. But, like, you know, holy shit. Tim Walz was the clear pick. But, you know, if she picked Mark Kelly, I don't think it would have been disastrous or anything. And also, this is a good opportunity for the Democrats to start cultivating future talent for, like, the presidency and whatever. That was one of their massive mistakes with Joe Biden, is that they fucking refused to get anybody else ready beforehand. You know. Like, it was only at the last second that they decided to let Kamala take the wheel on this. I got bumped off twice in the same spot. Dang. Okay, I can get a mushroom here or something. Or not, because Yoshi can take my box. I need a item here. Okay. I'm gonna start using this. Hopefully the shock doesn't happen. All right. Oh, jeez. Poor bastard. Get that fake item and stuff. Okay, shock. That's an okay shock for me. Gets me between boxes here when I didn't have anything. We'll get big in time for... Never mind! This guy could just take my box. Very stark contrast between those, the two, Peach Gardens races. Who dis?
My fellow Americans, I'm proud to have served.
Former defense secretary under Obama? I don't care. Please skip to the part where Kamala speaks. Thank you. Ruben Gallego. Oh, wait, no, he's not who I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of Enrique Cuellar. I was gonna say, like, is that the guy that I really fucking hate from the border state who's, like, in favor of the detention centers and whatever? If you can believe it, there are some Democrats who are, like, well, I mean, basically Republicans. There were, these Democrats, I think, were already a dying breed, but there were some of them in 2010s. Enrique Cuellar is one of the last ones. Him and Joe Manchin. Where they're basically indistinguishable from the Republicans. To such an extent that they represented, like, a massive drag on the Democratic Party. But no, Ruben Gallego was not the guy I was thinking of. What are we racing now? Ah, Mario Circuit. Okay. God damn it. I hate how much of a hazard the cones always end up being, you know? At least I'll get the box here. Or that could happen. Sure. Alright. It's like we're playing this one from the back right here. Give me a box. Thank you. Alright, let's use this here. I can come over here, get the box, take this shortcut. And then, damn it, I was going to say chain this in time for this other box, but I guess not. Instead, I can just do this. Nice try, but I was in a star, so. Ow. Christ. Ow? The fuck? Why does the bullet swerve like that on this track? I'm gonna get dead last. I don't think it matters what I do at this point. Yeah. Why? Getting Mario Kart at the end. Certified classic. Dude, the Democrats are going to have such a mandate. You know what? I think I'm going to stop commenting on good rhetoric here because it's clear that the Democrats have so much energy and momentum behind them that it, like, I would be surprised if it wasn't a absolute blowout victory for the Democrats in the 2024 elections, right? The Republicans don't just have nothing, they have less than nothing. Everything that they come up with, like, ends up being a detriment to them, you know, just gets turned back on them anyway. And, you know, the Democrats, clearly there's a lot of positivity. They have now become the party of USA, waving the American flags and the sort of very American patriot kind of identity. You know, they've taken a lot of what the Republican Party was able to aestheticize themselves with and co-opt it now for a more liberal party. Now I think the focus is mainly on what does the Democratic Party do with the mandate that they will almost inevitably be given. And to my point earlier, if the Democratic Party can help it, the answer is going to be not much, right? But if the pressure continues and if the Democrats prove to be a very weak opposition to the labor movement, you know, organized labor, to the queer rights movement, to civil rights and voting rights movements, then maybe courtesy of those interest groups, we can get some substantial that, you know, we can get some substantial W's for broader society here, you know, for like the urban planning and stuff as well. That's one thing that I think the Democrats will potentially be moved on, that they will be more willing to do even without external pressure, because car infrastructure is so bad, it's starting to drain a lot of states dry. Like, there are states that are legitimately running out of money because interstate highways are so fucking expensive to maintain. You know? Okay, I thought I could weave between that person and that fake item, but I was wrong. Alright, let's clean this up for laps 2 and 3. Don't want to make any major mistakes here. Do not get hit by the bullet bill, thank you. And I will chain this mushroom here. Damn it. That's a mistake. That's a bomb, not a mushroom. Thank you. Didn't quite get anybody, but I'm a lot closer to 4th, 3rd, and 2nd now. Now I am in 3rd. 4th, kind of exchanging positions here. If I get a mushroom... Okay. No! Oh, I got bumped as fuck. Okay. 7th place, if I get an item here, it's probably going to be good. Sorry. It's mine now. Hehe. What the f... Dog. I don't even think I've been driving that badly. I attribute a lot of this to bad luck. And there we go. Just goes to substantiate my argument. No, I tried to go for broke there. Would have been funny. Oh, I got dropped at the line. Okay. What's Ruben Gallego talking about?
And Buckeye, who relies on the VA for his medication. For the Afghan veteran in Pittsburgh, who finally got treatment for his PTSD. For the Marine in Milwaukee, who relies on the benefits she earned. For my Navajo brothers and sisters who serve the Marines with me, I remember you too. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for them. Kamala Harris has delivered more benefits to more veterans than ever before. And she has...
So, again, setting up even more political objectives that the Democratic Party will then try their best to not deliver on. Yeah. We'll see. You know what? I don't think I'll have much to say until Kamala Harris comes on. Unless something groundbreaking happens. But yeah, Xylon, you were kind of right earlier that, like, this is kind of the lower energy end of, like, what the DNC has offered thus far. Probably because it's the final day, they're winding down, you know. Oops. Well, I can do this. Again, I just went for that for the sake of content. God damn it. Okay, give me that. Okay, good stuff. Ow! See, this is what I mean, bad luck. I'm not even driving poorly. It's just plain old bad luck. Alright, let's see how far this golden gets me. Take advantage of how tight the mock bike can turn. Cause them to both use their mushrooms. I get a box here. Yep. Okay. Star. I know the shock is probably bound to happen pretty soon. If I can just not fuck up as I say that. No! Dude! Alright. One mistake loses me the whole race. I was coming back, too. That was like a pretty good usage of those mushrooms. Alright. Not even going to go for that. I'm just going to do this. Pass somebody. That's good. Okay. It's a shame to perform that badly on my favorite track. But what happens, happens. So let's continue. The important thing is that I'm able to recognize mistakes as I'm making them. I'm making more mistakes than I want to, but a lot of me getting fucked up also isn't due to me making mistakes. A lot of the instances where I'm getting fucked are instances where I'm driving pretty much perfectly, and that's just Mario Kart. But then, the one mistake that I do make costs me the entire race. Alright, random. Big Gretch? Alright, I do care about this.
I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer. In Lansing, they call me Governor. But in Detroit, they call me Big Gretch.
Yes.
Donald Trump called me that woman from Michigan as an insult.
There were also a bunch of Trump supporters that tried to kidnap and assassinate her, so that was kind of how she got really famous in politics. Is that Trump really hated her to such an extent that his followers decided to, you know, try to kill her.
At 29, I joined the sandwich generation. Sandwiched between working and raising my newborn and caring for my mom, who was dying from brain cancer. It was hard, but not extraordinary. It's life. Those nights reminded me who I was fighting for. People just trying to make it.
Damn.
Kamala Harris knows who she's fighting for, too. She took care of her mom, who also battled cancer. As president, she'll fight to lower the cost of health care and elder care for every family. She's lived a life like ours. She knows
Interesting
us.
item.
Donald Trump doesn't know you at all. You think he understands that when your car breaks down, you can't get to work? No. His first word was probably chauffeur. You think he's ever had to take items out of the cart before checking out? Hell, you think he's ever been to a grocery store?
Many such cases.
That's what the chauffeur is for. But Kamala Harris, she gets us. She sees us. She is
All right.
us.
So far, so good. Both the driving and Gretchen Whitmer's speech. Attacking Trump on class lines is really good because it speaks to the kind of politics that he's inclined to support.
An attempted coup, a plot, and a pandemic. It's exhausting. We don't know what the next 4 years will bring. But what we do know
What the f... You did not have to do that, second place.
won't stop.
Or first place, rather.
To work, pick up the kids, and pay your bills.
I fucking hate when people do that. Jesus Christ. Through no fault of my own, just because the person in front of me wanted to be a massive dickhead.
Something happened.
But, look, I raced pretty okay that race.
Is my family going to be okay? And then you'll ask, who the hell is in charge? What if...
Kaguyayade. Thank you for the follow. Okay, had to pause for a sec so I can pronounce that.
What if it's that man from Mar-a-Lago? I know, in a crisis, we need someone strong enough to come up with a
Ordinarily, I'm really opposed to the whole girl boss feminism shit, but Gretchen is, like, we let it slide when it's Big Gretch because she's, like, the most Detroit woman of all time.
Why wouldn't we
With the exception of my grandmother.
who's tough, tested, and a total badass? I know who I want as our commander-in-chief. America, let's choose Kamala Harris.
Good stuff.
Please welcome actress, director, and philanthropist, Eva Longoria.
I see. I just need to not hate anything on Review Highway. I'm guaranteed to be okay. My item roulette is freaking out.
Look, I have known Kamala Harris for more than a decade, and she comes from a family a lot like mine, and I'm sure a lot like yours. We were both raised knowing that no one was going to hand us anything.
Oh, okay.
Especially as women.
Rock.
That we were going to have to touch every rung of the ladder to get ahead. We were going to have to work really hard.
That wasn't my fault, I swear. I didn't mean to wheelie there. Okay. In the back of the pack, I'll probably be able to get a power item. Okay, that's a good item. I want to chain this into another, like, bottom spot box. If possible. Alright, good. Barely.
And she supports us to dream big too. So let me tell you, in the Latino community, in our community, we have a saying, "Sí se puede," which means yes. It means yes, we can. But tonight, I'm here to tell you, yes, she can. So we're gonna say, "Sí se puede." So when someone asks you, "Is she ready to lead this country forward?" We're gonna say, "She."
Okay, pretty good.
Somebody says, "Is she qualified for the job?" We're gonna say, "She se puede." When somebody asks, "Is she gonna be the first female president of the United States?" We're gonna say, "She se puede." Our voices, our vote, we're gonna decide this election. And let me tell you, the energy tonight isn't just here in Chicago, it's all across the country.
That is true,
People
but
are gathered at
I want to just comment that I really don't like the, like, yes, she can. It you know, kind of gives the whole vibe of I'm with her, like Hillary did in 2016. I don't know, it's just kind of cringe when you make the campaign about, like, not about the people. You know, anti-populism is the death of political movements. You know, I'm gonna actually turn my volume up to 1 on my mic there. There we go. It's kind of like when Obama said, yes, we can. As empty as that was, it was a good appeal. You know? Like, picture if it was like, yes, he can. Also, Adam Kinzinger, this guy was a Republican congressperson.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm Adam Kinzinger, and I am proud to be in the trenches with you as part of this sometimes awkward alliance that we have to defend truth, defend democracy, and decency.
Adam Roulette is being kind of crazy.
Was drawn to the party of Ronald Reagan, to his vision of a strong America, the shining city on a hill. I was a Republican for 12 years in Congress, and I still hold on to the label. I never thought I'd be here, but listen, you never thought you'd see me here, did you? But I've learned something about the Democratic Party, and I want to let my fellow Republicans in on the secret. The Democrats are as patriotic as us.
God, I was spamming my item roulette and it just used up the item.
They love this country just as much as we do.
See, like, look how slow my item roulette is going.
And they are as eager to defend American values at home and abroad as we conservatives have ever been. I was relieved to discover that because I've learned something about my party too. Something I couldn't ignore. The
I
Republican
see.
Party is no longer conservative. It has switched its allegiance from the principles that gave it purpose.
No, it's conservative, all right, but you know.
His only purpose is himself. Donald Trump is a weak
Okay, there we go.
man pretending to be strong. He is a small man pretending to be big.
I would have appreciated if you brought up fascism overtly, but, you know, let's not kid ourselves. The Republican Party is absolutely a conservative party. It's just that the sort of trail of political consolidation has led all of those conservatives to fascism. Fascism is an inherently conservative ideology. Adam Kinzinger is probably one of the few conservatives who is not fascist, but all fascists are conservative.
Constitution and our democracy. That is the soul of being a conservative. It used to be the soul of being a Republican, but Donald Trump has suffocated the soul of the Republican Party. His fundamental weakness has coursed through my party like an illness, sapping our strength, softening our spine, whipping us into a fever that has untethered us from our values. Our democracy was frayed by the events of January 6th, as Donald Trump's deceit and dishonor led to a siege on the United States Capitol. That day, I stood witness to a profound sorrow, the desecration of our sacred tradition of peaceful transition of power, tarnished by a man too fragile, too vain, and too weak to accept defeat.
As much as it's good that, like, there's anti-Trump Republicans and whatever that are defecting to, in this case, support the Democrats, never forget, again, I've said that the Democratic Party is full of bastards, that they have pushed progressives out very aggressively. The Republicans, however bad the Democrats are, every Republican is worse because they are like, if they're not fascist, then they are nakedly pro-business and anti-union. That's fundamentally what the Republican Party is. I have no doubt Adam Kinzinger probably not an especially racist person. You know, his actions when I was paying attention more to the daily doings of Congress and whatever did not indicate that he was especially racist against like black people or against migrants or whatever. So then why is he Republican? Well, because he's a neoconservative. He supports American intervention abroad, which, you know, that can be done well or poorly depending on the context. But more importantly, he supports business interests. You know, Mr. Free Market. Maybe not like at a fundamentalist level, but, you know, I don't know, you know, what I'm trying to say is I don't think he'd be really coming here for the union support is what I'm trying to say here. You get rid of that red shell. Oh, wow. What a shock. Hey, there goes my item roulette again. It's not giving me the item. Alright. Guess that other way is faster, huh? For the content! Dang. Ow. I raced okay this race so far. Oh wow, no wonder I'm lagging all over the place. No wonder my item roulette just isn't responding.
If you think those principles are worth defending, then I urge you, make the right choice. Vote for our bedrock values and vote for Kamala Harris. God bless you.
Thank you, Adam Kinzinger. Very cool. Yeah. The bar for Republicans, a lot of times, like in the matter of political coalition building in the Democratic Party, the bar is in hell for Republicans, right? But Adam Kinzinger clears that bar and then some, right? Like, clearly my man does care about some semblance of democratic principles. He obviously doesn't extend that to the economy, whatever. He's a conservative, pro-business, etc., etc. But, you know, coalition building is coalition building. You know what? Now might be a good time, since I've kind of let the air sit for quite a while. There's been some gaps in me saying stuff about the DNC. Now might be a good opportunity to do kind of a recap, right? On the DNC as an event. Now, what's the purpose of the DNC? The DNC as an official proceeding is where you nominate the president and the vice president, blah, blah, blah. You nominate, like, this is who we're running. And you have some other candidates there as well for other offices, things like that. But as a political tool, as a platforming device, it is meant to do just that. Platform people within the Democratic tent, within the political coalition of the party. And I think that this DNC has done a good job of that. You know, they've had some perspective, some like congressional hopefuls and stuff. But also what they've had is a lot of labor activists to try to coalesce the party around a very pro-worker, pro-union line, you know? So that, in one respect, that has been a pretty resounding success for the Democrats. And then in another way, the general purpose of like getting people excited for the upcoming election, you know, generating that hype. This has also been massively successful. You know, the vibes were immaculate, at least for the majority of the DNC. The vibes have been immaculate. You know, and it really seems as though like there is still so much excitement going into the like final months of this election campaign. And at this point, there's so much excitement, there's so much renewed life in a lot of the grassroots political movements that support the Democratic Party, that the Democratic Party works with, and that, you know, sometimes there's a bit of friction with, but, you know, that generally, like, they work together. That it is hard for me to see a future, like a close future where like the Democrats don't win in a like blowout victory against Republicans. You know, like they've just, you know, completely risen from the ashes, like down in the dumps when Joe Biden was not campaigning at all to now when Kamala Harris is campaigning. They've got all the licensed music. It's like a giant block party. They did the roll call. Everybody was getting excited. They tried to shore up support for all of their core issues. And for once, I think a lot of the people that got up there had good rhetoric and were good at appealing to people. The thing that the Democratic Party despises the most, voter outreach, the younger, like incoming guard of the party is now quite a bit better at. And of course, it helps that there are now more openly socialist people within the Democratic umbrella. Think the young guy that came on for More Perfect Union talking about Appalachia. Think of some of the union representation. Think of Sean Fain, AOC. People who might not be professedly socialist in cases like AOC, but who certainly have objectives that would transcend the boundaries of capitalism if you were to actually try to earnestly implement them. In a good way, not in the sense of you do what the Republicans have done, which is go so far down the rabbit hole of fascism that things are no longer beneficial to the bottom line, but rather you start with the good intent. You start with a like an outcome-driven platform of how do we help the working class in this country? How do we look out for the interests of the working class in America? And then, you know, sort of take it from there. Like I said, union politics, working class politics, all that stuff is back on the menu. And I think that this year's DNC has really shown that. And, you know, that bodes well. There's some stuff that maybe doesn't bode too well. Like I said, the friction between the sort of juxtaposition of there being union reps speaking here as well as small business people sort of puts in contrast the forces at play within the Democratic Party. You still have this very centrist leaning guard of people that is not terribly interested in the rights and interests of the workers. You know, that just wants to line their own pockets, you know, that sort of thing. Jeez, my item roulette not cooperating today. One mushroom, man. I think I know where I want to use this, and it's not quite here. Here. Yep. That's where I wanted to use it. Hell yeah. That's how you steal first place, ladies and gentlemen. Roy Cooper.
Let me tell you,
This guy's actually pretty cool.
risk, but she knew it was a risk worth taking. That's Kamala. And we all know what happened. The banks caved. That $4 billion for California families became $20 billion. That was the first time I witnessed Kamala in action.
Roy Cooper is pretty good on labor and is definitely pro-trans. I think he's been having a battle in North Carolina with Republicans over like bathroom bills and stuff. Pretty cool dude as far as liberals go, you know? And I think, you know, there are some liberals that have an ideological opposition to socialist policymaking or like any policymaking that remotely benefits the working class as opposed to like the middle class. Roy Cooper strikes me as the type that for whom that's not the case, you know? He's one of those apolitical politics guys, but in parentheses complimentary, as opposed to apolitical politics in parentheses derogatory, if that makes sense. Where like a lot of people will sort of pretend that like, oh, I'm apolitical, which means that all the things that I support are not political positions, therefore they're not controversial. And then they'll support shit like union busting and anti-trans legislation or whatever. You guys know the type. Ah, dang. Dang. Oh. That'd be funny if that hit. It didn't, but it'd be funny if it did. I have no fucking idea where those fireballs actually are in relation to me. God, that's wacky. So overall, I'd say pretty successful DNC from the perspective of them like ginning up support among the base and you know, reifying the coalition and even expanding the coalition in some respects. And it sort of gives credence to a lot of the things that I've said about Republicans all being basically the same person, like variations of the same person. And also them being, like, really fucking weird and wacky. Because, you know, I mentioned, I think, during the RNC that at the Democratic Convention, you get a way broader range of people who support various key issues and will have different perspectives and who will, like, ultimately they'll coalition build with the Democratic Party, but much more grassroots, much more varied and differentiated, whereas Republicans all go to the same 5 talking points, every single one of them. You know, there's much more real bottom-up grassroots support in the Democratic camp. And that's not because of, like, wow, the Democratic Party is so great. No, that's because the Democratic Party is comparatively less shit than the Republicans. And so that's where the grassroots organizers go, you know? And I think the Democrats do the best when they're able to, or when they are willing to embrace those grassroots movements, embrace the most progressive elements of their party, which includes socialists and, you know, the environmental activists and all those people.
Or DEA or any of those law enforcement agencies. Now, we all work collaboratively. She was the person who built the foundation in how we do criminal justice in America.
As Attorney General of California, she held the big Wall Street banks accountable for fraud. winning $20 billion for California families. She took on one of the largest for-profit colleges that was scamming students. And in the Senate, she fought for her constituents with the determination of a prosecutor. Standing...
I guarantee it was not an accident that they got a photo of her with somebody that looks like Jack McCoy in the background.
About the male body.
I'm not thinking of any right now, Senator.
She fought to keep our children safe from the terror of gun violence.
How many of you guys had to have a drill where you learned about how you need to hide?
Yeah, so this is just a political ad sort of gassing up Kamala Harris in preparation for her coming to speak on stage. That'll be good. If she comes to speak. Mushroom? Pretty good. What? Drifted into that thing. Perfect. Yes. Make me big. Yes! Let's go. Yeah, that was smart. See, that's the kind of situational awareness I'm talking about in a race, where like somebody sees that you have a red shell, and so they just slow down and decide not to overtake you. That's smart. You know, that's reading the social cues within the context of the race. Chuck this back right here. That guy somehow overtook me. Unless he didn't, and I actually got first. Okay, no, I got second. This is probably copyright, so... Oh, wait, I got third? Dang. Oh, there she is. All right. You know what's great about this? Yeah, it is time. One notable difference, you know, people, myself included, used to compare Kamala to Hillary, Kamala Harris to Hillary Clinton. And one of the things that makes them actually very different now that we're seeing Kamala Harris be a lot more active is that the way she addresses the crowd is way the fuck less condescending. Even when she just smiles and waves, it's like she's genuinely happy and just like overjoyed that people are excited to be there and stuff like that. Whereas Hillary Clinton had a much more like politician's kind of smile, if that makes sense, you know? Which goes a long way when you're trying to sell a candidate to the American people. For the content? Dang. It would have been funny, but I didn't get it. A good evening it is indeed. Oh, this is Baby Luigi? Let's go. What is he on? Oh shit, he's on the bit bike. Oh, I forgot. There's probably you can do that shortcut, that big shortcut on this track. Dang. Watch how tight I can take this. I gained 3 spots just from that. Look at that shit. I'm gonna wait until after the cannon to use this, I think. Oh no.
By thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie.
Okay, mushroom. That's good.
I love you so very much. To our President Joe Biden.
Pretty good ending there. I think I handled that well.
When I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both.
This is kind of the completion of that passing of the torch. It started like Joe Biden spoke on day 1, and then now Kamala was capping it off. Pretty good planning and like theater from that perspective.
You are going to be an incredible vice president.
Oh, he looks like he's about to cry. He's so cute, dude.
Everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected.
Many
I'm
such
no
cases.
stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Shamala
I do
Harris,
like
is one
the
of her own,
drip.
and I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down, smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music.
I think I'm going to save one of these mushrooms for the shortcut.
At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say,
Damn it.
as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you." From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the
It's gonna run in 10?
between my parents did not last.
Good stuff.
When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother.
Really? Damn.
Before she
Who got it out for me, dude?
buy a home,
rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay,
These motherfuckers are anti-fun.
either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers. All who tended their lawns.
Alright, I'm gonna use this here.
My mother, she worked long hours. And like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton.
Alright.
ran the daycare below us and became a second
Not the
mother.
worst, but I did get pretty fucking pushed around that race.
Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood, and all of them family by love. Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved
True.
us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything.
You know, I think the supportive family thing
In us, the values they personified.
is an important thing for Democrats to focus on, like as a sort of accompaniment to the political platform, because Republicans very much are not that. Like the state of Republican discourse right now, the state of conservative discourse is half of them are calling Tim Walz' son a retard for well, one for having a disability, but then also for crying at when his dad gave his speech, and you know, having regular human emotions, I suppose. And the other half of conservatives are like, wait, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? You know, like just now sort of that fracture is forming where there's the conservatives that sort of LARP as the family values people that actually maybe care about their kids, and the conservatives that are just evil. I mean, they're both evil, but you get what I mean.
But do something about it. Do something about it.
This Democratic convention has not only been good for gassing up the Democrats, it's also been good at fracturing the support base of the Republicans. And I think that all the grassroots movements need to take note of this, you know, because we got to be smelling that blood in the water.
A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley. Those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So,
Oh, jeez. Sorry, boss boy. Those two particular ones, I was like, I'm just gonna chuck these straight. I actually didn't really want to hurt and hit anybody with those green shells. I was just kind of looking to get rid of them. That was my B.
I started to notice something about my
Ow.
best friend Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her
can't
she
fucking
had to
make that
come
in a
stay
star.
with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together.
No! Fucking hit the crab at the end! Okay, well.
In the courtroom,
That track's kind of awkward for a mock bike. Well, it's awkward for everybody, but...
Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks,
That's
on
good.
behalf of
Good
my
stuff.
mother,
Again, there's not much for me to comment on that I haven't already commented on. All of this is the sort of positivity that the Democrats have decided to cultivate at the DNC here. The positivity, the whimsy, the kind of flirting with populism, it seems, like where they're leaning into making appeals to the people directly, as opposed to the cringe-ass messaging from Hillary Clinton that I'm with her, it's her turn, or some shit like that, you know, like, dog, this isn't a fucking, we're not passing the stick around or whatever, this is a democracy. And there you go.
our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness,
I was just about to comment on something that
and
she's
divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart
touching on here.
a new way forward. Not as members of
I can't drive right now. Holy shit.
faction, but as Americans.
Okay.
And let me say,
It's catch-up time.
I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want
What's up,
you
Blake?
to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's
Oh, he didn't go for the other one, huh?
from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power.
Love that that's the bar, but yeah. Okay, so what I was going to talk about is that, like, one of the things that I hope Democrats don't do, that Kamala Harris actually addressed pretty early on, is that, you know, part of the, like, the flaws in the Democratic Party line was the sort of finality with which they treated some of their victories, where it's like, you know, there was sort of an end of history assumption that, like, fundamentally no grand vision of the future was possible because we've done all the grand visions of the future that there are to do. We've done all the history that there is to do. But, you know, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and all the rest seem to be, and I think for the better, embracing the idea that, like, look, there's always more history to do. And instead of this being like, you know, we can finally end this struggle or whatever, it's about, like, we can pick a new direction in which we will start moving, and then, like, that's going to be an active thing, you know. It's not passive.
Of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges. For workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due.
Labor policy mentioned, let's fucking go. Again, not that they're gonna necessarily, not that they're necessarily gonna follow through on this, on a lot of this stuff, but the fact that they bring it up at all, again, significant.
These fights were not easy, and neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn. But we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. And that's the fight we are in right now, a fight for America's future. Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man.
That's pretty true.
But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the
Whoa, what the fuck? My man is lagging all over the place.
since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol.
I tried to get him, like, into the boxes.
When politicians
No, what the?
in his own
I swear I was drifting tighter than that.
him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now,
I'm gonna chain this over.
entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans.
Alright, I'm gonna start using this here, I think.
And separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power
Take
again.
that.
Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists
Boy.
who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol.
I steal first place. No! Nah! That would have been the funniest first place of all time.
And anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens. Consider the power.
Yeah, with time, history will make what Trump did even crazier and crazier. And history is not going to reflect well on the Democrats for not doing anything in response to it. Never forget that. The Democrats have made this a big campaign fixture. Somebody screaming in the audience. As much, like, for how much the Democratic Party has made it a talking point, rightly so, about January 6th, remember that they did nothing to systemically pursue Republicans for aiding and abetting it. They did nothing to to swiftly arrest and prosecute Donald Trump for doing it. They dragged their feet. They let a lot of the insurrectionists just kind of go. You know, they didn't exercise any meaningful amount of political capital in trying to legit at a broad scale shut down the Republican Party for trying to overthrow like a democratic election in the United States, you know?
To when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools.
Kind of wild that Republicans like decided to just commit to that. Like genuinely pretty crazy. There we go.
We are charting, and we are charting a new way forward. Forward.
There we go.
Future.
Forward? Andrew Yang reference?
Growing middle class.
Just kidding.
We know a strong
People probably like literally who?
been critical to America's success. And building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency.
Yeah. Middle class. I don't care. Give me some shit about the working class. That's what I'm about.
Tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because as
Boss,
she
thank
taught
you.
us, opportunity is not
All right.
available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy, an opportunity economy where everyone has
Hope the shock doesn't happen, but you know, it's possible that it does. And
succeed.
I'm using this here.
Live in a rural area, small town,
Damn it.
big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and
Mussolini moment.
American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like healthcare and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing.
So, you know, both parties are the party of Mussolini, actually. Thank you. It's almost like liberalism is the moderate wing of fascism. But again, the express promise to work with the labor movement is important, whereas the Republicans only tried to lazily allude to that. And mostly doing that through Sean O'Brien. Sean O'Brien was the only person who really bothered to put up the pro-worker veneer at the RNC, and even then, his fascism was much more reminiscent of National Socialism rather than the sort of Mussolini version of fascism, which is a little bit more labor-friendly, if that makes sense, right? Like,
that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year.
either way, cringe and liberal, but, you know.
Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans.
It's pretty hard to discern when Democrats mean middle class or when they mean working class, because the working class is 90% of the population. The middle class is 9% of the population,
Able to
roughly
make
speaking.
their own decisions about their own lives.
So, you know, that would be a working class tax cut, not a middle class tax cut. I don't know. I guess that, you know, like I said, the Democrats aren't super excited to be talking about the working class either, because, you know, to my chagrin, they are not socialists.
And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom. And now he brags about it. In his words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across
This is a frame-perfect shock for me.
and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children.
Got his ass.
Doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump.
Again, you got to tie this shit to Republicans, not just to Trump. That's something that the Democrats are going to have to be pushed on. That like people are going to have to hammer on in the public discourse. Like this shit is not just a Trump thing. This is a Republican Party thing. Still got second. Wow.
Get this. He plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions.
The Republican Party just gets creepier and creepier, man.
Of their minds.
There we go. I guess she was coming up with the zinger anyways, you know, irrespective of whether I said it. The words right out of my mouth.
One must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well,
Because they don't view women as human.
We trust women.
I guess for the civility politics, they kind of had to leave that part hanging. But fundamentally, the reason that Republicans are so dead set on regulating women is because they view women as chattel property and subhuman. You know?
In this election, many other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote. With this election,
Oh, it's Mario Boy again? Disges, welcome back. Yeah, and apt that you said Mario Boy, because I am playing Mario this time. Got the rapper Mario or whatever. He's got the hoodie, the sideways hat, that sort of thing.
And let me be clear. After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year,
I wonder what direction they'll take this.
Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades.
Border bill that objectively sucked. Yes, thank you.
But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security. And
This is one of those bombing out there. I mean, you can listen to the audio if you want, or you could keep making shit up. Like, that's okay either way. The border bill that's happened a little while ago was a very dangerous game by the Democrats. It was basically an expansion of presidential powers masquerading as a border package, and, you know, an excuse to give law enforcement more money, which usually doesn't solve anything. You can go ask any social scientist that's done the research about that. But it does help massively that Republicans literally, said, we don't want this to be solved, we want it to be an issue. She's outshined by the speakers before her. Today, no. No, actually. She is outshined by Tim Walz. Tim Walz is fucking incredible. But Kamala Harris is a pretty good candidate. She has a lot more riz than Donald Trump, and she definitely has more riz than Joe Biden. You know.
And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice.
Wow, what a bump. I love that people chant USA. Like, Republicans can't even have that anymore. Fuck yeah. I love that shit.
That America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership. Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies. Said Russia,
Oh, wow.
quote, do
Okay.
whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response over 50 countries to defend against Putin's aggression.
This will play well with an American audience. This is what, like, geopolitics is usually not something that Americans get super interested in, but they don't like Russia. You know, there's a bit of nationalism there, and it's convenient that Russia is a fascist shithole run by a fascist dictator, you know. And then obviously there's a lot of attention to the Israel-Palestine, like, the genocide in Gaza. People are very animated over that. And she just mentioned it there. The DNC's response has been, like, less than stellar. Thank goodness she's letting Israel defend itself. I should just ban you, but I won't because I'm feeling merciful today. Unfortunately, she probably will still give arms and stuff to Israel. That was sarcasm. Well, okay, I'm getting you confused sometimes with other chatters. There have been a number of people who've come in here and been like, pro-Israel and shit. Yeah, unfortunately, you know, wow, October 7th? That's crazy, you know, just hearing about this for the first time. Yeah, I don't expect her to, like, support a full arms embargo or whatever, but look, you know, people have been screaming really loudly for a ceasefire deal and like a, you know, end to Israeli aggression ever since this shit started. And obviously Joe Biden wasn't going to listen. Kamala Harris might. That's not a guarantee, and that's not even, like, it's not great, but it's better than Joe Biden, right? And it's definitely better than Donald Trump, who had used Palestinian as a slur and said, you know, that he would give more weapons to Israel and stuff like that, you know? Even when Donald Trump had, like, a very real opportunity to just shut up and kind of let Biden dig himself into a pro-Israel hole, you know? Okay, big error on that.
To defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists, I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump.
Now, a lot of this is just posturing. I believe that, like, reconciliation is really the only path to, like, normalizing relations and getting conflicts to settle down. But ultimately, yes, all the, like, tin pot dictators in these various countries do want Trump to win very badly, including Netanyahu. Netanyahu wants Trump to win so he can keep killing Palestinians unabated. You know,
Because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs.
not paying attention to the DNC because I'm doing a bit of research on another topic. That's perfectly fine. It's wrapping up. Like, Kamala Harris is the last speaker, I believe.
Our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation
Okay, here's that lib shit that I don't take too kindly to, or too, I don't, like, think is great rhetoric. The truth of the light of the hope of the spirit of the country of the blah, 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 like, fucking rote bullshit. Get people excited. Don't get people teary-eyed, you know? This was one of the things that Obama was especially bad on. He was great at getting the crowd to like him, but a lot of his empty, like non-materialist, or I shouldn't say non-materialist because it's more than just that. A lot of his empty, idealistic virtue signaling took the wind out of the sails of progressive movements. Because he promised nothing and then didn't do anything, but he did that in such a way that, you know, people couldn't even say that he wasn't really delivering on his promises. Because he didn't say anything substantive. You have to say some shit of substance. That's how you get the crowd not just excited in the moment, but also energized in the future as a set of political interests and movements that are ready to, you know, engage with the world. Does that make sense? Got him. Content. I snipe for content only. See, like, this is soy and like dumb. I mean, like, gassing up America is good, but doing it in this, like, you know, very spiritualistic American exceptionalist way, like, it's one of those things that I mentioned earlier. You're focusing too much on the fluff and you're not adding anything.
Before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals
There we go.
cherish, and to uphold the awesome
Calling people to action is good, you know, for all the, like, fluff and whatever.
privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American.
There's not that much left in the track, huh?
So let's get out there. Let's fight for it. Let's get out there. Let's vote for it. And together, let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told.
This is a good note to end it on, I think. The next chapter. Like I said, it's good that they're not doing this with a sense of finality and whatever. That they're, like, the Democrats finally seem to be picking up on, okay, maybe we haven't done all the history that there is to do, and, you know, shit like that. Even if, you know, liberals probably still have a fundamentally different view of modern history than history in the past, when, you know, the two are mechanically the same, basically. It gets complicated, but look. This is different from past DNCs, and I think that's good. It doesn't mean that the Democratic Party isn't going to resist pressure to do anything good. What it does mean is that they will be less resistant than they have been in the past. Because they're like willing to say, okay, we support X, Y, and Z. That gives you latitude to push them on that. You know. Good luck, thank you. Just got CTGP. What are the worst custom tracks I should play? Lamau? Let's see. Mushroom Peaks is like the classic, really bad track. You know, it was like classic Kaizo track and shit. Rabbit Hole is another really bad one. Melting Magma Melee, all-time worst. for me, some of the all-time worst. And And then, what else? Stroben's Desert Illusion has soured on me in record time. Those are a few. Oh, shit. Dude, I'm just a fiend for the snipes right now. Remember the first time you played Stroben's Desert Illusion? Yeah, it was a crazy track. There was a little bit of nostalgia to see Stroben's Desert back in the pack because it was like that track represented how crazy custom tracks were capable of being. But like it faded really quick, especially once I remembered that like Stroben's Desert, the original, was not a good track. And making it crazier was not you know, maybe not the best idea. Ow. Ow. Get me out of there. Yeah, it was Stroben's Desert, but the ground opened up into another dimension of track. Yeah. I want to get a good race before I end the stream. It seems like they're wrapping up here. I'll do one more and see how that does me, but I'm coming up on 5 hours. I still kind of remember how to play the original Stroben's Desert. I do too. I actually think there are some old custom track designs that hold up better than the new ones. Because the old ones, there was still a massive barrier to new players in that you had to know how to race the track, you had to know where to go, what turns to take. But it didn't rely on any super specific technical knowledge of how to do a certain trimless shortcut, how to do a certain jump, or whatever. You know? But the tracks nowadays, some of the new tracks that I'm thinking of, have trimless shortcuts where you have to do something very specific, and like, there's like 2 or 3 of those on the track. You have to do all of them each lap, and they require a very specific technical knowledge of the game. And I don't think that's a particularly good model of track design, whereas the older Kaizo custom tracks are a much more simple kind of difficult, if that makes sense. Very vague memory since I was like 8 when it was removed. Damn. Yeah, it was removed a while ago, huh? When was that? I remember it being in CTGP when I started playing it. And that was in 2012. I was 12 years old. I mean, what, 2014, 16 when it got removed? Headlong Skyway replaced Stroben's Desert levels old. Headlong Skyway was an alright track. You know, it was long and catered to a kind of a competitive audience, but there weren't, comparatively, there weren't that many, like, specific technical things that you needed to know. You know, it was pretty simple. Although there were some blind turns that were emblematic of a lot of the flaws in older custom tracks, you know? Track layout had bugs, but it was an alright track to play. Yeah. Yeah. It was a very front-run heavy track, though. That's one problem that CTGP has always suffered from, is that, like, in order to cater to, like, in the early days, it was, like, Kaizo tracks, which meant you had to know how to play the track, so as a result, very front-run heavy. And then now with the tracks that are more catered to custom track competitive players, the tracks have very little room to come back on in kind of a different way with the shortcuts, as opposed to with, like, general lack of knowledge of, like, what turns are you supposed to take. Mystic Tangle replaced Headlong Skyway. If Mystic Tangle is the one I'm thinking of, I think I kind of like that track. I'm gonna do this. There we go. Somebody got bombed there. Sorry, Mario. You know how the game goes. Red shell. I keep forgetting that track exists, but it's pretty fun to play. Yeah, if it's the track I think it is, that's an example of a really good, newer custom track. Getting the last low is always good, yeah. Alright, let's hide the React Andy window. It seems like the DNC is just about done. That was a decent race to end it off. I'm going to quit. The stream's been going on for 5 hours. Seems like everything's wrapped up in a neat little bow. I've given my 2 cents on the Democratic National Convention. I think, you know, I will be doing more Democratic National Convention related segments. There are some speeches that I wanted to look at on stream that happened all in earlier days. But, you know, don't worry about that. You know, all this stuff is eventually going to be some combination of video segments on my channel. I'm not going to be streaming at a very late hour for those other, like, other speeches. And I'm also not going to be as tired because I'm not going to be streaming for 5 hours. And again, not as late at night. With that said, who's live? Mango. Let's raid Mango again. He seems to be live relatively late in the evening. / raid Mango. Alright. 1 viewer, 2 viewer, 3 viewer. Alright. Y'all have fun watching Mango practice Super Smash Bros. And I will see you guys not tomorrow. Holy shit, I'm tired. Not coming back tomorrow. Probably Saturday.